All right, everybody. How you doing? It's News Debate. I am Lee. Boy, we have a packed house over on Twitter Spaces. Great to have everybody. Also live over on Stereo, live on twitch.tv/NEWZ Debate and rumble.com/user/NEWZ Debate. It is News Debate. I want to thank Shannon for today's show topic. Shannon let me know she's out and about, so hopefully she'll be back home soon and be able to join us. Um, she said, "Hey Lee, you did that election show. Why don't you do a show 24 hours after Trump becomes president again? And we can kind of sit back and say, well, how's everybody doing?" So that's the goal of today's show. I want to give a shout out to patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporters. Ron, Glenn, up in Canada, Apostate Nate in the state of Pennsylvania, and also friend of the show, Better Call Sal, who's joining us over from Ireland. We'll hear from Better Call Sal here in a moment. Ron and Apostate Nate, as you know, as my Patreon supporters, would love to get your just how you doing here at the top of the show, and then get your thoughts on Trump. I got some videos lined up. I got some stories lined up. Got ChatGPT up and running like I always do. But hey, right now we have Glenn. So we're going to have our first thoughts on Trump's first 24 hours from the Great White North from Canada. First off, Glenn, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm good, Lee. I'm quite good. Just busy with working. I decided in the new year that I'm going to pick up working out, and I found planking because it was a cool exercise. I looked at that and I said, "There's no way that is a workout. It looks like someone just is lazy to stop doing push-ups." So it turns out in 30 seconds I fall over. So it turns out it's a very good workout, and,
So
and I'm good.
planking, when you said that can't possibly be a workout, that's when you just kind of hold a shape.
Yeah,
A lot of the time it looks
yeah.
like you're going to do push-ups and you just hold that.
Yeah, and apparently that is actually a very good workout, and I did it for, like, a minute, and then I, like, starfished on the floor exhausted, so apparently it is a very good workout. You really don't have to do anything. You just kinda lie there. It's kind of good,
Well, I
actually.
know I know that you're Canadian, but having just discovered for yourself the workout that involves nothing but just sitting there holding that shape, that seems very American, Glenn. So hey, you're on your way to that American passport. The mindset is there.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I found that out a long time ago, I would've stopped doing sit-ups a very, very long time ago, because that's really what it is. It's just you lie there kinda on your forearms, and it's basically like doing sit-ups, but it doesn't hurt your back. I'm like, "Well, this is perfect. I like it."
What's not to like?
But you probably wanna
Hey,
hear about Trump now.
speaking of what's not to like, yeah, what are your thoughts on Trump's first day? I mean, he hasn't gotten to it yet, but Canada is going to become our 51st state. I don't know if Greenland's going to be number 52. Maybe that'll just be like Puerto Rico. But hey, what are your thoughts?
I mean, like, from the get-go, I was always kind of a Trump guy. I find him amusing, and I really don't dislike him. So, I mean, I was already for Trump as a Canadian, and I think the 51st state joke is absolutely goddamn hilarious. I'm Canadian, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's really funny because like the amount of politics and paper sign that would have to go to that, it'll be 2050 before it ever happened. And the tariff thing, I mean, like it is what it is. I mean, everybody has them. I mean, I feel like they're probably harder to implement than to just sign an executive order that we're doing it. I don't know that. But I mean, he got out of the World Health Organization, which is probably a good thing because, they're spending a lot of money and getting no input. So that's probably a good thing. Paris Accord, got out of that. I don't know what that is, but it's probably not a bad thing. I mean, he hasn't really done anything in his first day that is like totally alarming. I mean, Elon Musk
He hasn't done
making
anything
a
in
weird
his first day that isn't totally alarming. Let's remember that, everybody. This is coming from a Canadian. Well, Canadian for now, soon to be 51st state American. Okay, I'm glad you brought up tariffs, Glenn, because Trump threatened them against Canada and Mexico. Canada despite losing beloved Trudeau. I mean, every Canadian loves the son of Castro, right? Besides him being one of the first political casualties of Trump before he even became president again, your government is promising swift tariffs back at us. So it's sort of an arms race with taxes.
I mean, really, that's all it comes down to. It's political bluster and saying who can screw who better. I mean, I suppose if the United States wanted to put tariffs on Canada's wood and whatever else, Canada could just stop letting their water flow to the United States, which I mean, during the California fires would probably be a big deal. You probably don't want that to happen.
Hey,
So I
look
mean,
at
like
that.
things
Canada,
Americans can do, like does
Canadian
things, and
wood becomes too expensive. I like that that's what your thought. You're like, what do we send it? We send poutine. We send, I don't know, some French wine maybe, and some wood. Okay, if that becomes too expensive, Canada, get this, everybody, they just dam up all their rivers and it can't flow south to the United States. What a bold move from Canada.
well, you know, you've talked to me for long enough, Lee. You know, I'm very borderline American in my perspectives, and so like getting me as like the token Canadian, I probably don't give you. Probably give you like the 1% of Canadians' opinions, not the 99.
Yeah, I can believe that, especially when you said, well, he hasn't done anything too out of the ordinarily in the last 24 hours. All right, stay with us, Glenn. Great to hear that you're all fit in 2025. It's news debate. I'm Lee. I'm having a good old standoff with Apostate Nate over on Twitter. I sent him a message today. I let him know I saw Nosferatu and I thought it was terrible, and he enjoyed that film. And I tried to watch Wicked, but I could not even get through the first scene. It was that unappealing to me. I'm not going to say it's terrible because I just don't like that type of film. I like musicals, but the second I started watching it, I'm like, oh, this is like not just a musical, it's this type of musical. And just the direction of art design and everything, like they didn't even try to make it look like the Wizard of Oz, which I think is just distasteful in general. Like try to keep the continuity even if it's been however many decades. So I just stopped watching it. And he has tweeted, Apostate Nate will not take the mic until the host takes a good look at his own taste in cinema. So just imagine good old Uncle Lee here. I've pulled out a mirror. A little introspective here. Yeah, I think my taste in cinema is valid. So there you go, Apostate Nate. I've taken a good look at my own taste and I like it. I like it. I'm getting some thumbs down from Apostate Nate. That's too bad. All right. Let's hear from Ron. How you doing, Ron? In the great state of Georgia. How many Coca-Colas have you had today?
Today I think it's been 3. No, 2. I think there's 2. Doing well, Lee. First I want to say, let's see. About you talk about continuity. There was a movie that came out in '85, I believe. It was called Return to Oz. That was made by the Disney Studios, and it freaked a lot of kids out, including myself. That when you watch that,
Did it take like a
it's hard.
dark turn?
Oh yes, it was very dark and really dark, and can't believe Disney made it. It's amazing, but the thing about it is it's hard, almost impossible to have that continuity from 1939 to even 85. But now, see, the thing is that I hate and loathe musicals, but except 3, which is The Wizard of Oz, The Wiz, and Willy Wonka. Now,
So
Return to
two
Oz,
of them are basically the Wizard of Oz, because isn't the Wiz the
right?
black version of the Wizard of Oz?
Look, absolutely, and it's great. It's awesome. But Return to Oz though, and it did not have any songs, so that's another reason why I didn't think about that. Another reason why it took a dark turn was there's no music.
Return to Oz from IMDb up here. It's from 1985. PG,
I was
an
right.
hour and 53
PG.
minutes. Dorothy,
Wow.
saved from a psychiatric experiment by a
Yeah,
mysterious
because she comes.
girl.
yeah, she's come back from Oz and she's talking about all these people she met, and they're like, something's wrong with her. So we're gonna
Okay,
take
no,
her
no,
to
no.
the
This is
psychiatric. Yeah,
fantastic. I actually, okay, great. It goes
you
against
got
my
to see it.
continuity
You should see
thing a
it.
moment ago, which so I still believe in that. But if you're going to break continuity, I would rather have this Return to Oz, where they sort of take a realistic turn on a sequel, versus
Mhm.
Wicked, which is it's weird because it's a prequel, but the movie starts off as a sequel, and I guess it jumps. I never made it to the jump because it was just so bad. I had to stop watching it. To me, to my perspective, it was so bad I had to stop watching it. I made it like 5, 6, 7 minutes, and
Gotcha.
the problem is that it's trying to look like the Wizard of Oz, and it's supposed to be kind of pleasant and fun for children like the Wizard of Oz, but they've sort of, like you mentioned, Willy Wonka, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the Johnny Depp remake.
Right.
It tried to be the same thing, but in a very different, and I would say worse way. The style, the art direction of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, I did not care for at all.
It was
So I
very
think that,
Tim Burton.
yeah, I think that that is my problem with Wicked, aside from the fact that maybe I can't take a constant musical. I mean, until you mentioned it, I didn't even realize Wizard of Oz was a musical, because the musical
Yes,
numbers are so few and far between, and they make
that's
sense
true.
and they're tastefully done. Wicked, in the
Right.
first however many minutes, I was like, I can't take this anymore. It's just too much. And it's not like low key musical. It's highly produced. It sounds like you're listening to Spotify, that sort of a thing. So for so many different reasons, I didn't like it. But okay, so Dorothy, saved from a psychiatric experiment by a mysterious girl, because when she came back and said, "Oh my God, I went to Oz and there was the lion and the scarecrow. And by the way, I murdered a woman by throwing water on her." They're like, "Okay, Dorothy,
Yeah, she won't shut. She won't
just
stop talking about it.
sit down for a moment, have a hot glass of milk. We're going to call the authorities and we're going to get you the help you need." She is somehow called back to Oz when a vain witch and the Gnome King destroy
Yes.
everything that makes the magical land beautiful. And so you're telling me, Ron, that this freaked kids out? I can believe that.
Oh, dude, there's these things called the Wheelers, and they they like go around like they're people, but they have like their four like their legs and their arms are wheels, so they're like bent over, and they have masks, and they're freaky. I mean, they'll freak you out. And then you have the witch that's scary, but it's just all together. It's kind of. I mean, I remember watching it. I was like 6, 7 years old, and I was like, eh. Like I wasn't afraid, but it was still dark. You know, it was enjoyable. And there's a character on there named TikTok.
Who's now
Yeah,
banned in the United States.
he was out
Was
banned.
it was it
He
was
was
it
out
was it a
banned.
Chinese character? Was it the first Asian character in the Wizard of
Well,
Oz?
it was a 10. It's a 10 robot that you had to wind up, but no, it wasn't.
Hmm, all right. Well, I don't know. Maybe back in the day, that was, well, it's technology. Asia loves technology. There's the connection. It has a 6.8 out of 10 on IMDb. I might put this on my extended list. I kind of want to
I'd give
watch
it.
this.
I give it an 8. Give it
An
an 8.
8? Wow, that doesn't sound
Yeah.
bad at all, Ron.
No, you gotta watch it at least once. At least once.
Apostate Nate tweets, "Is there a Patreon tier where I can force Lee to watch a good movie?" That is, let me add that to
Yeah.
patreon.com/NEWZ debate. Yeah. Okay. So Ron, you're at 2 Cokes for today. We have destroyed many children's wills to live because of
Yes.
the Return to Oz movie discussion. Really quickly, because we'll talk about this the entire show. You're not a fan of Donald Trump. We've talked about that before. What do you think about his first 24 hours in office?
You mean like from yesterday
Yeah,
or
first day.
today? Yeah. Well, he said he's going to be a dictator, but he hasn't, so that's good. That's good. Hopefully, he's going to do a lot of great stuff. Um, I've been through some political oppression myself here in Georgia, and so it's really hard to get behind the man when the man has caused a little bit of pain to Ron Perry. So, and that's another thing to talk about some other
Did some
time.
Republicans burn down your house? What happened, Ron? That sounds not good.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it, man. You would not believe it. And I can't go into it. There's no point in doing it. We talked about this. I talked to you, I think, personally, and it's still going on, and it's horrible. It's horrible. But besides that, I mean, I thought that Melania's outfit was iconic. I thought that was
Boy, didn't
really
she look
interesting.
good? She looked really nice. Both her
She
her
did.
hat and outfit when he was
Yes.
sworn in, and also her dress when they danced. Oh, she looked
Oh, oh,
fantastic.
I didn't see that part, but I saw the hat outfit, and I thought, man, that's going to be that's just iconic. That's just something that's never been I've ever seen before, and I didn't even know it was her at first. I thought it was somebody else, but I thought that was brilliant.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
the
think that
hat the hat kind of hides her face a little bit. And it's really funny. I was watching the Daily Show when Jon Stewart was hosting it, and I saw a clip. So I assume it was from yesterday. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it was okay. It's from yesterday, and he was like, "Hey, look at that fashion!" And it showed a picture. Here it is. It showed a. I'll share this over on Twitch and Rumble. Let me get this up, make it a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. He showed a picture of, her fashion, or showed a video, a little bit of her fashion, and it was like, "Hey, she looks great." And then Donald Trump leaned in to try to kiss her, but her hat's, what do you call the part of the hat that sticks out?
the
Um,
Bill.
the bill,
Brim.
the brim. Hey, Shannon's
Oh,
with us. Thank you, Shannon. The
hello, Shannon.
brim of the hat was so long, or Donald Trump is so dumb, probably both of those things. He leaned in to try to kiss her, and he could not because the brim of the hat was too long. It's like kind of like a UFO. And
Oh
he
yeah,
just kissed the air. And I just thought that's genius. And that was the point that Jon Stewart was making, was that she was defending herself against her husband, protecting her borders,
oh,
as he framed
or
it,
yeah,
because she
or
wore
kind of
this
hiding.
hat with a really, really large brim. But man, she looked fantastic. So this is the outfit here. She looked really good. And then her dress was also great. Boy, she knocked it out of
Wow,
the park with her fashion.
I did not see her in the dress. That's unfortunate. How about Baron Trump being 6'7"?
I got to say, I haven't noticed this before. And so
He's
maybe I
tall,
just wasn't paying attention. I know he's tall. We talked about that, but he looks
6'7".
exactly like Donald Trump.
He does. Yeah, he does.
They showed him a lot during the footage,
Yeah, they
and
did.
he looks exactly like Donald Trump, to the point that I'm now starting to think that Donald Trump maybe spent a few $1 billion on just cloning himself, and with better nutrition, his son has grown even taller than he is. That's a good looking kid, and he looks just like Trump.
Yeah, he does. But I wonder. I heard he goes to NYU. I wonder how that affects. I guess he has Secret Service on campus. I'm sure he does. Hello?
He should. Yeah, I assume that's the case. When a president, well, even a former president's kids, I'm not sure how that works, but an active
Right.
sitting president, like, you
Oh,
definitely need
right.
some protection on campus. Yeah.
Well, I know, like John F. Kennedy Jr. had the detail until they were 18, and at one point he got his bike stolen, and one of the Secret Service could have intervened and stopped it. He didn't, and it was like just to kind of like she was telling them like you got to let those things happen, so he understands that this is what happens when. So it was like a lot of that. But sometimes like there would be like he would go out like a Central Park to like play frisbee, and one time they somebody some asshole took it from them, and like he just kind of he talked with him a little bit, and then he's like whatever, and the Secret Service came over and got it at the Frisbee. Or I believe
I
that's what
gotta
it was.
say, I gotta say, if you're able to steal, you said this was RFK Jr. or
Or
JFK
no,
Jr.
no. JFK Jr. Yeah,
Oh, it wouldn't have
RFK
been
Jr.
RFK.
is
RFK was never president. So
JFK
JFK
Jr.
died
was
in that plane crash, right?
right.
If you're able to steal an iconic, assassinated president's son's bike and also steal
Right.
his Frisbee while he has Secret Service protection, that tells me they're either the lowest of the low Secret Service, like one day you're a janitor and you get promoted, and the next day you're trying to protect JFK's son, sort of low level Secret Service, or they're so well camouflaged, like a Navy SEAL.
That's it.
Who's like
Well,
wearing
no,
like
like I said,
tree bark and stuff that you don't know they're there until you're like, screw you, JFK Jr. I'm taking your Frisbee. And then the tree's hand reaches out and says, not on my watch. I mean,
that's
like,
right. That's exactly it. But like the mother told the Secret Service you had to let those things happen. So yes, he could have stepped in with the bike, but didn't because she wants him to learn that these things happen. That you're not always going to have this Secret Service detail to kind of protect your stuff. Does that make sense?
yeah, I don't know. I like my version better, Ron. It may not be historically accurate, but I do like the one day
Yeah,
janitor,
that's
next day taking care of JFK Jr. Or you're too good. They kicked you off the presidential detail because you're freaking everybody out. You're like painting yourself and standing next to the white wall so you blend. And then, ooh, yeah, I like that. Really quickly, Apostate Nate tweets, I'm terrified to ask Lee what his favorite movie is. If you say anything by Tyler Perry, I'm out of here. Definitely not a Tyler Perry movie. I don't think I've seen it. I've seen a movie he's in. I don't think I've seen one of his movies. I would have to think long and hard about what my favorite movie is. It'd probably be something sci-fi though. And then Shannon, yes, Shannon tweeted that picture that I was showing, but this is an extended view of it. Oh wow, you can really see the back of Biden's. The top of his head is entirely bald. I didn't realize that. Yeah, that's a bald spot right there. By the way, Biden looked like an old man to the 19,000th degree in the TV coverage from yesterday.
well. Did you
So glad
did you
he's not president anymore.
right? Well, did you see the farewell address? Did you catch any of that?
I did not. I read about it.
Yeah,
I
he's
didn't want to watch it. But
yes,
tell me about it.
yeah, it was bad. It's just sad, just the way you can tell he's just not capable. He's just too. It looks like he's had a stroke even. Just not able to. He's just not what he was. He's just. Some people 84 is not a good age. But now, take that.
Lee,
Now
I
listen
don't
to
want
this.
to. I
Listen to
don't want to
this.
offend anybody, but just
Hear me
some
out.
people, by the time
Hear
they
me
hit their
out.
early 80s, they're just not there anymore.
No. Hear me out. Hear me out. If you watch The Fog of War with Robert McNamara, the Secretary of Defense under Kennedy and Johnson, you watch that documentary. He's 85 years old in that documentary. He is alarmingly bright and more quick than I am at my age. I mean, that's the difference in what makes someone able to I don't know what good genes and all the other stuff, nutrition, I guess, but just
Well, I don't
like
think it's
but,
nutrition because Donald Trump is clearly more there. It's Trump still, but he's
that's
clearly
true.
more there than Biden. And even though
But
there's a
Biden's
handful
84,
of
right?
years between them, they're both really super old. And I guarantee you, in
Right.
4 years, Trump is still going to be there more than Biden is today. So I don't know if it's about nutrition.
But
Trump eats a lot of McDonald's,
right.
but it's something.
But you know what? But one thing about Trump though, he never drinks, never smoked, and doesn't do drugs. That's probably has a
Never
lot to do with
drinks anymore. Doesn't smoke probably
No.
anymore.
He never. I don't think he ever drank. I don't think he ever
I
drank.
guarantee you he's had some alcohol in his life, but he's
Okay.
known for not drinking, and I think that's probably been the case for a long time. Yeah, because maybe won't talk about it today, but we'll have a new Surgeon General probably, but the outgoing Surgeon General wants to put a cancer health warning on all alcohol because For a long time, tobacco was the evil one and the alcohol was the good one. But oh no, alcohol is very, very bad for you now. There's no safe amount of alcohol, according to the current former U.S. Surgeon General. So that's a victory for health. We'll have to see where that goes here in the future. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Ron, yeah, you have a couple more things?
Yeah, just one thing, and I'll land my plane here. Okay. I was wondering, this is I'm posing a question for everybody and yourself. So 60 Minutes, so the last one, had an interview with the outgoing FBI director, Christopher Wray. He's been there since Trump appointed him. But of course, Trump isn't happy with him now. He's going to resign, right? He's putting in Kash Patel, who is definitely a huge Trump loyalist. He's even written a children's book in which he's Wizard Kosh, and he helps Prince or King Donald get his, stuff like that. Do you think that, let's say somebody has an FBI case, and let's say that FBI case involved people that were Trump supporters, do you think because of his appointment that he would have um, any kind of direction in which way they're prosecuted or not prosecuted? That's the question I have. Do you think it's going to
Yeah, I assume
fundamentally
so.
change?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know
exactly.
how much of like what percentage that would be out of 100, 0 being none, 100 being the most. I don't know what that would be. My guess would be much closer to 0 than 100. But that's what you get when you win elections. I mean, you're telling me that, not you, but I mean anybody out there, you're telling me that the DA in Manhattan was not politically motivated to go and charge Trump with 34 whatever felonies he was convicted of. The previous DA declined to do that. In fact, it was past its statute of limitations, but because
That's
of
true.
something with COVID or
That's
whatever, they were able to still charge him. Now, it doesn't mean he's not guilty. I'm not saying he's not, or I'm sorry, it doesn't mean he's not innocent. Sorry. It doesn't
right.
mean he's innocent. I'm not saying that at all. I think he's 100% guilty of those crimes, but 34 of them. I remember when we discussed this, it didn't have to be that many. It was the way they did it. The district attorney, when he ran for election, said, I'm going to charge Trump with felonies. So that clearly was politically motivated. Not saying I disagree with it, but if that happens, which it clearly did, I assume the other side, especially when you win the election and win it handedly like he did, we're going to get some of that on the other side. I think what we're seeing with Trump now is that he's doing what every president has ever done in our lifetimes, but he's being so over the top clear about that people are now worried. But just imagine if Obama or Biden had been this crazy with executive actions, with executive orders. Just imagine all the good things they could have done. Just imagine if they had appointed people to run this organization or that government entity who clearly had a bias for democratic ideals, as in the Democratic Party, the way that he's doing it for the Republican Party / Trump. Just imagine how much more they could have accomplished. Now, they do put people in power that have a bias and will do what they want them to do, but they don't ask quite as much as what Trump is asking now. They don't accomplish quite as much with executive actions like he's accomplishing now. Just imagine if they did, how much better our country would have been with 8 years of Clinton, 8 years of Obama, 4 years of Biden. Just imagine if people acted a tenth of the way that Trump does, but for blue democratic ideals.
Right.
So I think he's
That's
doing
true.
what everybody else does, but he's so clear and over the top about it. People are just noticing it more. So I'm not saying that you were not aware of this in the past, but the way you just asked me that question and the way I, formulated my response, it makes me realize, say what you will about Trump, I love the fact that he does what he wants to do. How refreshing is that?
Exactly. And it's you can't help track.
Well, I think Elon Musk
here?
killed Ron.
Yeah.
Ron, you still there?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a phone call came in. Yeah, exactly. I understand where you're coming from, and I agree. I agree. But thank you, Lee. I'll let somebody else talk. And hello, everyone. Great to be here.
Yeah, stay with us, Ron. Always great to have you. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. We're going to hear from Shannon in a moment. We'll get to other people who are waiting to speak, but I just want to be better about getting the messages on stereo. Let's jump over to stereo and hear from Otis. And by the way, my poll over on stereo is Trump's doing fantastic after day one or Trump's doing terrible after day one. I realize that those are very polar opposites, but I want people to pick a side. I would actually say he's doing fantastic. Like I said, it's so refreshing to see someone who accomplishes things on day one and is not apologetic about wanting to change America the way that he wants to change America. Also, all of this stuff we knew was coming. So I'm looking at it as in his execution as opposed to what he's trying to accomplish. I agree with some things, I disagree with probably most things. But just what he's done in the last day, I think he's hit it out of the park. I think he's doing great without endorsing everything he does. Let's hear from Otis on stereo.
Hey, real quick, I know you're talking about the fashion that Melania had. I don't know. I wasn't impressed by it. If you pull up a picture of the Hamburglar, look up a picture of the Hamburglar and then her outfit side by side. Let me know who wore it best.
Wow, that's funny. I did not think about that. I don't think they're the same thing at all, but she with her dress that she wore during the dance, like the ball part of the day, it has a black and white color scheme. And so yeah, okay, a little bit like the Hamburglar. The Hamburglar also has like a cap that has the wide brim like her hat in her first outfit. So I think it's kind of a mixture of both her outfits because her first one's more blue. But boy, Otis, that was a pretty good connection. I did not think about that. Shannon, how you doing? You're here on the show. How you been?
Oh, I am spectacularly. I'm okay. I was in the hospital last week again, but I'm doing better now.
Wow. Okay. Sorry to hear about that. Was this a new problem or one of the previous things we've discussed?
No, I thought I was having a heart attack, but nope, it's just a pinched nerve in my neck.
Oh no, because it's
So
about
it's
a
mimic-
1 year
it's mimicking a
anniversary of that heart attack.
yeah, it's mimicking a heart attack on my left side, down my arm. I can't move my left arm, and in my chest, my left side of my chest. That's where the nerve pain's going to. So it mimicked a heart attack, but it's a pinched nerve in my neck.
So when you thought you were having a heart attack, did you call 911 or were you able to
Oh God, yeah.
like okay.
No, it hurt worse than the heart attack.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And
But
then
I'm doing better now. I'm on a
when,
heating pad.
when you got to the hospital and you're like, I think I'm having a heart attack about a year after I had my other heart attack, and then they do tests and then they find out, nope, you didn't have a heart attack. I assume that's a really positive thing to hear, but was there like a tiny bit of you that was like, son of a bitch, all of this, and I didn't even have a heart attack?
No. I'm happy to go to
Okay.
make sure that I'm going to be okay.
So prepare myself for one day if I have a heart attack and then you're told you didn't. It's just 100% a win, Lee. Don't regret any of it. Well, even if I had a heart attack.
Exactly.
So glad that you're feeling a little better and you have that all figured out. What is this thing you just tweeted to me? This is president's first day, first week, first 100
Oh, it's
days.
executive orders by presidents. By president. It's supposed to be by, not New York. It's supposed to be by president. So each one, if you pull up the whole picture, it starts with Trump yesterday and then goes through all the president what they did on the first day, then their their first week and then the first 100 days.
So yeah, it goes back to looks like Kennedy, but that seems to be a
Well,
bit
there was
cut off.
more. It goes. It
Yeah, I'm just
actually
saying
lists
this
all the
image.
presidents,
Yeah. So
but
let's start with
yeah.
Johnson. First day from Johnson up to Trump, you don't have any until Bill Clinton did 1. The first Donald Trump did 1. Joe Biden did 9. And then Donald Trump, it says 26. Then you have the first week and first 100 days. Clearly, the second White House version of Donald Trump hasn't gotten to first week and first 100 days yet. But Biden also clearly leads on first week. He has 22. The next closest is Barack Obama with 5. And all the way down to Johnson did have 1. Then if you do first 100 days, it's a little bit closer, but Biden still leads with 42. Then our first Donald Trump did 33. Barack Obama did 19. And actually, if you go back to Gerald Ford, he even beat Obama. He had 22, but there's a lot more entries here for the first 100 days. Every president dating back to Johnson has had at least 11 in the first 100 days. So that's a little bit more common.
Yeah, just to see how they stack up against other presidents. But he went way over yesterday.
So what do you think about that? You've given me a few links that we can get to. I appreciate that. I also have a video or 2 lined up. Maybe we'll get to that when we run out of topics or if we need a kind of a fact check or something. But yeah, he's signed a whole bunch. It really varies. A lot of them are going to be challenged or already have been challenged in court. What are your thoughts, Shannon?
Well, we knew he was going to do it, right? So I called it out last time. The first thing he was going to do was pardon the January 6th people so that they can get away with anything else. And he did. So, I mean, we all knew it was coming. That's what they wanted. That's what people wanted, because obviously that's what they voted for. But, you know, they're going to ignore the new drug prices because he got rid of all the Biden negotiated drug prices. So that's going to hurt poor people. And renamed Denali and renamed the Gulf of Mexico because those were important things. And change the whole White House website. So that's cool too.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. You sent those to me. I want to bring those up now. So this was interesting. I hadn't seen this, so I really appreciate you finding that. Okay, so first off, from Newsweek, sharing this over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and also rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. We're live on Twitter Spaces and Stereo. All my links at bit.ly/NEWZ debate. If you want to be like Shannon and Ron and Glenn and Apostate Nate when he's not upset at me for my horrible movie selection. Yeah, my movie picks. Patreon.com/NEWZ debate. Be like them and be an instant co-host. So the Spanish language version of the White House website, however you want to phrase that, it has been shut down. I'm sorry, it's seemingly down only 1 day after President Donald Trump entered office.
That happened like almost immediately as he took office. That happened like 1 o'clock yesterday. But as of now, if you go to whitehouse.gov, the only thing that is at the White House, you can no longer get the history or the Constitution or the branches of government. It's only about Donald Trump. That's it. The whole website is like 10 pages instead of the hundreds of pages they had on there yesterday.
Just
before he took office.
If Biden and Obama had the balls to do the Democratic thing the same way. Yeah, so this is a 404 page not found. This is what it looks like if you go to the Spanish version of the White House website. And you said that happened the same day. It wasn't even a day later.
Yeah, that happened yesterday about 1 o'clock yesterday. So almost immediately after he was signed in. And as of this morning, this morning, when I checked whitehouse.gov, everything is gone. The history of the White House, everything. It's all about Trump now. Only Trump is cabinet and Air Force One. That's all that's on there. It's like 10 pages long now.
Wow. Do what you want, people.
Woo, we have a king now.
As you mentioned a moment ago, Shannon, like we knew this was going to happen, so it's not entirely shocking. But just imagine if other presidents had done this as well, but in the way that you and I and a lot of other people listening right now would have preferred. I'm happy for Republicans. You know what? I've said it for many years. I wish I could vote for a crazy Democrat the way that you get to constantly vote for crazy Republicans. You even take Trump out of the mix. You get to vote for crazier people than we do. And they do things that you want. Our party kind of does things that we kind of want. Boy, wouldn't it be great to be on the other side? So I hope that we have a Democrat in the White House after this, and they do their version of this. I do not want the Democratic president, hypothetically, that replaces Donald Trump in the White House to bring back all the stuff that he deleted from the White House website. Do the Democratic version of what he's doing now. I want that to become the new normal. I think the old way was self-defeating. Clearly, we were not winning the elections that we wanted to win. I am willing to go in a different, feistier direction. But yes, back to you, Shannon. Your thoughts on the first 24 hours.
I'm not shocked. I mean, am I disappointed? Obviously, but I just can't get over that people think this is okay. But that's what they wanted, so I guess that's what we'll have to live with for 4 years at least.
Well, let's look at specifically the great sleuthing that you did on the website. So the Spanish language website is down, and then all the information that was on whitehouse.gov previously is gone, and it's mostly about Trump now. All that
It's
does
all
is
Trump now.
break with precedents. There's nowhere is it written anywhere that has to stay that way. I mean, this is just because Democrats are lazy, and even Republicans up to this point have not been as crazy as Trump, that it hasn't
I don't know,
before.
Well, whitehouse.gov, I would have thought would be about the White House, like the history and, what you pay for a tour and stuff like that.
But my point is
that information, but that's not even on there
anymore. Not in
anymore.
the Constitution. Like,
no.
Obviously,
you
that would not be in the Constitution. So all of that was just precedent. And isn't that part of the problem? Isn't that why some people voted for Trump? Because they knew he would fuck shit up. And by God, they were right.
The only thing I was shocked at yesterday was the announcement that Vivek was no longer involved in Dodge, that he left the Department of Government Efficiency or whatever.
He's never actually technically been involved in it because it wouldn't have been implemented till now, and he never was part of it because he's going to run for the governor of Ohio, right?
I didn't see that. I didn't see that he was going to run. All I saw was the announcement that he was no longer involved in it. That Elon was running it now exclusively.
Yeah, I saw speculation that he's going to run for the governor of Ohio, but I don't think he's made that announcement yet. But I think that has to be right. Whether or not he actually does, something could happen. Like, what's his name was going to be attorney general, and he didn't even get a hearing because, that was the one that the Democrats were able to shoot down. But I think that has to be it. I mean, you don't turn that down with high-profile Elon Musk unless you got something, in your back pocket.
Yeah, that's what Axios is reporting, that he's launching a bid for the governor of Ohio. Now that I looked it up. But yeah, at the first, I was just, surprised that he wasn't going to be involved because that was his big thing for the last, month, him and Musk.
And speaking of Musk, hey, also something Jon Stewart did really, really well. Apparent Nazi salute, not once, but twice. So I could see the first one. He's not a politician. I think business people to a certain extent are politicians, but he's not a politician. And I could see him wanting to do and Jon Stewart mentioned this, so it's not a new idea. He was going to try to do one of those things where he touches his heart and then reaches out to the crowd. But boy, was that a quick, straightforward Nazi salute. And then the fact he did it a second time in the exact same way, but in the opposite direction, clearly shows that that's what he was doing. And I got to say, I would have expected Trump to do that much more than Elon Musk. I thought that was an interesting development.
Yeah, I didn't actually see the video. I only saw a still picture of it. So I didn't hear about the heart part, him going over the heart to do it. But if
Well,
that's
no,
the
so
case,
he
then it was.
like hit his heart, and then
Right.
imagine
I,
hitting your heart and then just shooting straight out in a Nazi salute. That's what he did.
right. Yeah, that's how they. I know how they saluted. I just only saw the still picture of his hand out. I didn't see the whole video because I didn't watch a thing from the inauguration yesterday. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I only
I would have
watched
ended up
clips.
breaking my
I
TV, I
also did
think.
not watch it live. I kind of wish I had, just because you'll never be able to watch it live except for the first time. Even if you watch the live feed again, which I'm sure is possible somewhere they have that uploaded, it's never quite the same. But I also did not watch it live. Was not something that was particularly interesting to me. But I kind of wish I had.
No, I probably would have broken my TV. I'm good with it.
So I have the
Probably would have thrown
BBC
something.
up right now, and I'm going to share this article. It's about the salute. So I know you're over on Twitter Spaces, but right now I will play it, and I think we'll get some audio. It's only 30 seconds long.
Some elections are, important. Some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization.
So the way he's talking, that's why I think it could have been a mistake. It clearly was not. But he hits his heart, and there's a pause, and then shoots his arm out in the Nazi salute. And so you're like, oh, that was a bad move. Yeah, okay, maybe he wasn't trying to do that. That was a bad move. But then he turns around and does the exact same thing a second time. So if he had done it once, I think because he's talking about thanking people and how special and important the election was, and mentions his heart, you get one. But no, he did it twice. I think it's very, very simple for someone to give the Nazi salute without being a Nazi. I don't think those are the same thing. Just like a white person can say the N-word, whatever, and it doesn't make you a member of the KKK. It's not a great look, don't get me wrong, but this clearly is what it is. I don't see this as anything else. And so, once again, that was unpredicted. I didn't see that happening.
That was on your bingo card, Lee?
Let's see here. Trump slaps Biden. Nope, didn't get that one. Okay. Trump insults Biden and Kamala in front of them during his speech. Yeah. And when that happens, the TV focuses on their faces to get the reactions. Yeah, okay, that's a bingo there. But I did not have a spot that says Elon Musk gives the Nazi salute twice. No, I did not have that one.
I thought it was amusing that a lot of people were complaining because he moved everything inside, and all his MAGA supporters, got left out in the cold. All the, people who weren't rich spent all that money to go see him inaugurated, and he even took down the jumbotrons outside, so they couldn't even watch it then.
Yeah, I gotta say, I know that it was, I think, a legitimate move because it was so freezingly cold. But maybe someone else would have made a different choice. I think it's a fine move because the weather gave you that option. But I gotta say, of the footage I have seen, having the inauguration inside, it looks 1,000 times better. It creates much more interesting TV. I think that should become the new norm. I would like to see indoor inaugurations going forward, and they can plan for them so they don't screw people over. I think it looked fantastic, way better than any outdoor inauguration that I've ever seen footage of. I thought it looked great.
I don't know. I guess the last one was Reagan, but I was only like 9, so I don't remember it. The last indoor inauguration was the second term of Reagan.
Oh, I didn't know that. Was that also cold? Was it because he was old and senile? What was the?
I don't know if it was that or because he was recovering from being shot.
Yeah, that might have done it. That makes sense. Yeah. So if it's cold or if you've been shot recently, well, hey, I got to tell you, Donald Trump gets both of those. Bingo. We have a bingo for Donald Trump. Shot, and it was cold.
I mean, I understand the reason for wanting an outdoor inauguration. I mean, it probably would have been amazing to be at Obama's first one with all those people and just the energy of it. And I'm sure MAGAs feel the same way going to see Trump.
Once again, I would say the Trump one was better. If you're a Trump supporter, what he just
no,
had
I'm
was
just saying
better than Obama's. If you were an Obama supporter, once again, you get more with Republicans.
No, I just mean like I can understand why you would want to, if you really like the person and you want to see him, but you can't afford
you get
obviously
more overflow crowd.
to be in there.
Yeah.
That would be exciting to see. But I mean, I wouldn't do it because I hate people.
To
but
see with binoculars, no one's getting that close. So it'd be like
well,
sitting in the top row of the Super Bowl. Like I guess you're there, but like clearly you're not seeing anything.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I can understand people wanting to go. I'm sure, Obama had so many people because he had so many first, and I would not have liked to have been there because I don't like people and crowds, but I can understand the
Shannon,
wanting to go see him.
I think you could have taken the indoor Trump one. I think we could have put you on the side with a nice chair. I think you could have done it. That's like it looked so much more.
I have a wheelchair.
Everyone was closer together. I really liked it. I thought it looked great. The paintings up on the walls.
I guess. I mean, he should have at least left the jumbotrons out because he had, thousands and thousands of people there that paid for hotel rooms and airfare and got nothing.
So I did see video that there were people somewhere that had a screen pulled up, like one you would watch a movie with in a room, but you're saying that he could have had screens outside for the people to stand there and watch.
He did have people. They did have screens set up outside, but they took them down before the inauguration.
Well, I want to say though, whatever reason he had or his team had for bringing those down, if you have an outdoor inauguration and then you move it indoors because the weather makes it dangerous to do it, I don't think you leave the jumbotron out there for the people who are willing to stay outside. I think that sends the wrong message, right?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'd be pretty pissed.
Like just imagine. No,
the outrageous hotel room.
People definitely have the right to be pissed, and I share that frustration. But just imagine if instead of being bitterly cold, the air quality was really bad because of fires or something, and they're like, we need to move it inside because the air quality is really unhealthy. But hey, if you're willing to breathe this, we'll leave the big jumbotrons outside. Like that doesn't make sense.
I mean,
right?
couldn't they have rented like the stadium or something to let the people or like do they have like I don't know if they have one in.
You'd have to have an indoor.
I would assume
stadium.
they do in DC.
So you'd have to have
do they have like
court or something?
Right, like we have where UConn plays or when the NBA comes here for the off teams. We have an indoor.
But then it wouldn't have
like
been
at Mohegan or
it wouldn't have been
Harvard.
on government land. It wouldn't have been.
No, I know, but I mean, he could have done something like that and streamed the streamed the.
I see what you mean. You just rent it out and put
for
there.
the people that did come, right, and streamed the.
But since this is the first time in recent memory that they had to do one indoors, if Reagan's second term was the other one, and because it was kind of a last minute change because there's this weird Arctic thing that's attacking America, Um, eh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the details, but I think if this had been a Democrat and they'd done the same thing, um, maybe they would have not have been as criticized for this. Just speaking honestly. So I don't think that that's a really important criticism for this time around. But if it happens again in the next 4, 8, 12 years, okay, yeah, let's have a backup plan, or let's just within a day or two, like, well, you're clearly not using this indoor arena. Why don't we just shove people in there and just try to make it happen? But then you have to have security and stuff. I mean, it's just you can have really high profile people in there mixed in with the guy from Montana who's like juggling fire or something for the Trump parade. So it would have made a really hard situation even harder. So I can understand why they just said no, we don't care.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't care about the people anyways, because I mean, look at his rallies that he, abandoned people at where they had to walk miles in, 110-degree heat in Arizona. But he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree.
It was
with you,
comfortable for him.
But in this situation, I just don't think the criticism matters. I just don't know how valid it is in this specific situation, given the situation they found themselves in. And I sort of understand it. This the problem is that, like, not everything. I'm not saying you're saying this, but this is my one giant critique of how people talk about Trump in general. Not everything he does is horrible. In fact, some of the things he does are really good. I think it's really important to get people out of the country who are not here legally. I think it's really important to not let people into the country when they're waiting for their court hearing. The stay in Mexico policy makes a lot of sense. He made it so you have to be 21 anywhere in the United States to buy cigarettes. Not everything he does makes him the boogeyman. So the things where clearly it's a good idea, I'm going to say that. And the things where I'm going to give a Democrat the benefit of the doubt, I think I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt on this too.
I don't agree with the cigarette thing, but that's just me.
Oh, it's interesting. Okay, so I like
well,
having
if you're old enough to fight for your
actually
country or
be
buy,
18.
if you're old enough to fight for your country or buy a gun, then cigarettes or alcohol should be available too. But that's just
I
me.
guess a better way to
understand the
phrase
reasoning
this
behind it.
is that since drinking was already 21, and we've
Right.
already established that you're just not an adult when you're 18, no matter what anyone says. I think 21 for
Right.
cigarettes makes sense in that situation.
No. I understand. I mean, I understand where they're coming from. It's just, if you can go and die for your country or buy a gun, then you should be able to smoke or drink if you really wanted to. But I mean, I'm way past that, and I have no kids, so it doesn't affect me at any means.
So let's maybe
Let them destroy
now
their lungs and their liver.
and their liver and get tons of cancer from both.
That's right.
News Debate, I'm Lee. Everybody over on Stereo, feel free to leave me a voice message. I'll play that live on the show. You can also join us on Twitter Spaces at twitter.com/NEWZ debate. And you can call my voice message system, call or text. I'll read them and play them live on the show. 323-250-0867. That's 323-250-0867. We had a crowded house over on Twitter Spaces. It's thinned out a bit. Apostate Nate, I know you're angry with me for my hatred of pure hatred of Nosferatu, and very disappointed first 6-7 minutes of Wicked to the point I just turned it off. But if we can move past that, Nate, and we can focus on what's really important here, arguing about politics, that's the true importance of today's show. I'd love for you to become a speaker and give us your thoughts. Why don't we do this right now? Why don't we get to a few facts? And that'll give us some nice...
Don't hold the grudge,
discussion.
Nate. Come on up. Don't hold the grudge, Nate. Come on up.
Yeah, if there's one thing that Trump becoming president again can do for us is to show acceptance and how important it is to love your fellow human being. I think that's what Trump stands for, right? That's his message generally. Let's get to this. Where's this video?
I thought it was make the billionaires trillionaires again. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that too. Love your fellow human being and also make billionaires trillionaires. My apologies. Here it is. Okay. Yeah. This is also one from Shannon. It's a local TV news station, which I love, abc11.com. This is a breakdown of the executive orders President Trump signed on his first day in office, which is the most in American history. Let's go ahead and share this. Hopefully the audio will play correctly, and we'll hear from ABC 11. It's News Debate. I am Lee.
President Trump signed a record number of executive orders before returning to the White House to complete even more. In total, more than 200 executive actions were signed.
Action News reporter Kate Nemrich joins us from the live desk tonight with details on those orders and what impacts we could see. Kate?
Warren, Margot, it's unclear if those pictures of giant stacks of papers were all executive orders, but Trump did sign quite a few, several regarding immigration and citizenship. And he also issued pardons for January 6th rioters. Just hours into his second term as president, Donald Trump signed dozens of executive orders, many that he had promised long before he was sworn in. The president signed executive orders at the U.S. Capitol after his swearing in, later at the inaugural parade at Capital One Arena, and continued in the Oval Office. Immigration, a hot topic of his campaign, became the topic of several executive orders, including declaring a national emergency at the U.S.-Mexico border.
And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
The order lays out the process to remove anyone illegally in the country and send them back to their country of origin. Political science professor Thomas Holyoke says of the executive orders, we could see immediate action and legal reaction to immigration.
The president's ability to declare a national emergency does have some basis in statutory law. So in broadly speaking, he can do that. Now, to the extent that he can do it on immigration and then turn that into, say, mobilizing state and local law enforcement and maybe even the National Guard to go do immigration roundup and deportation, some of that probably will lead to lawsuits.
Holyoke expects even swifter legal action in response to the president's executive order to end birthright citizenship.
So I'd be a little surprised the next couple of days the courts don't suspend that pending final decisions. And again, that's almost certainly going to go to the Supreme Court. I mean, it seems to me that the Constitution is fairly clear that birthright citizenship is guaranteed.
The newly instated president also issued pardons or commuted the sentences of more than 1,500 people charged in the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, including those convicted of violent and serious crimes, including assaulting police officers and seditious conspiracy. Pardons to begin a presidency are unusual.
Generally, when you're pardoning a lot of people who've been convicted, that's generally an unpopular move. I mean, Gerald Ford did it by pardoning Richard Nixon, and that was held against him.
Governor Gavin Newsom released a statement in response to the executive order to repeal birthright citizenship, simply saying this is unconstitutional. The ACLU has already said it intends to sue over that order, and Holyoke expects more lawsuits will follow suit over other orders signed by the president. At the live desk, Kate Nemrich, ABC 30 Action News.
All right, it's News Debate. I am Lee. Let's stop this Action News video stuff. No more of this. Yeah, we don't want weather. Thank you, but no thanks, ABC 11. It's News Debate. I am Lee. So the really big ones I want to talk about here are immigration, birthright citizenship, January 6 pardons, and also something not mentioned there, but happened actually. There was one clip I saw where Trump was talking and the journalists jumped in and spoke over him from a different location, and they said it's just been announced that Biden is pardoning a shitload of people. So that actually happened during the live coverage of the transition of power. So those are the big ones that I'd love to talk about. And this ABC 11 link that Shannon sent me is great because it has a link of all of the executive orders signed by Trump during his first day in office. Now, this is different because the thing you tweeted showed that Trump had 26 on the first day. They must have calculated that early in the day, because I've seen something more closer to the hundreds, like 1 to 200. And I think that's what was mentioned in this ABC 11 video. But whatever the case, there's a shit ton. Really quickly, I'll read over the ones that they have. Oh no, there's a lot of them. Okay, I'll read over the ones.
The one that I'm most concerned with is the tariff one, the 25% tariff to Canada, because they're threatening to cut off energy supply to U.S. And the last time Canada lost power, so did we in Connecticut, because we get our power from Canada. So the whole when we had that huge New England blackout, that was when a power supply went down in Canada.
Wow. Traitor.
So
buying
that
your
would
power
cut
from
off all of
Canada.
New England. Yeah.
Well,
that would
I mean,
not all
assume
the power from
wouldn't,
New
it
England,
wouldn't
but
get to that right off the bat, but maybe that's a risk. Yeah, so you can imagine that all of these things will have repercussions, and you can imagine that those repercussions might fade in rather than just all of a sudden they're here. And you can also imagine that the Trump administration would do something to prevent that from happening. I emphasize the words imagine could, because, well, it's the Trump administration. But okay, let's go through some of these big ones. Reinstating the name Mount McKinley, that was removed because it was like racist or something, right? Gulf of Mexico, now the Gulf of America. Ending diversity, inclusion, and equity hiring in the federal government. Well, I favor that one. Granting pardons for the January 6 rioters. National energy emergency. That's interesting. Restoring the death penalty in the U.S. So that would be for federal crimes. Securing the United States borders. I think that's the emergency as well. United States citizenship does not automatically extend to those born in the United States. 100% behind that. That's actually the norm for many countries. Withdrawing the U.S. from the World Health Organization. I think overall, I don't agree with that. But the World Health Organization was really, really bad with COVID. And they gave out official information that was fake news. I mean, they knew what they were saying was not true, and they said it anyway, just like Fauci told people not to wear masks because he didn't want the masks to disappear so that doctors and nurses couldn't have them. You can say someone does something wrong for the right reasons, but it's still the wrong move. And I've yet to see real consequences for the World Health Organization, so I'm open to withdrawing from it. But I know the WHO does a lot of good as well. He's delayed the TikTok ban for 75 days. So I saw some videos. I don't use TikTok, just not into it. People logged in and it said like, okay, we're done. And then people logged back in and it said, hey, we're back. So apparently TikTok did shut down for some, if not everybody in the US, but then at some point very quickly it came back. Looks like that could be for 75 days. Yeah, Shannon?
Here's an interesting point on the TikTok portion. So on Friday, when you log in to Facebook, it now asks you to link your TikTok, and that was before the ban, because the ban went in Sunday. And that's when Zuckerberg started to go, was with Trump. So I think Zuckerberg or Meta bought the 50%
well, they haven't done it yet.
TikTok.
But
No. They haven't announced it yet, because even the CEO of TikTok was at his inauguration last night from China.
Yeah, a lot of them, the big tech people were. I'm not sure if that could happen without being reported, but certainly they could be talking about it happening. My gut tells me that the second it happens, it will get out. But it might be one of those, it's a deal, but it's not inked on paper yet. But whatever the case,
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
I've also heard people talking about how they think Musk could buy it. That would be hilarious if Elon Musk buys it.
I just thought it was weird that because I have never logged onto Facebook and been asked to attach my TikTok account
Is it only
until
if you
Friday.
are logged out and logged back in? Because I never do that. I only use
No,
TikTok
because I'm
on-
always logged in. I'm always logged into Facebook, and when I went on Facebook Friday, it popped up a screen that said attach your TikTok account to Facebook, and I had never gotten that screen
Did
before.
anyone else get that? I didn't get that. But
And I thought it was weird because do you have TikTok?
oh, but how would they know you have TikTok? Wouldn't it just be say like, oh,
How
if you
would you?
have
I don't know.
TikTok? I thought it
I
would
have
be more
TikTok,
of the.
so I don't know. Maybe
I mean, I
that's
have
what
a
it is.
TikTok account. I just don't know. They would have to see if you logged into TikTok on your computer or on your mobile device.
Oh no,
or
but
you
I
had
watched
the app. Then they would see you have like maybe some cookies, and then they could maybe put 2 and 2 together. Be like, oh, would you like to connect your TikTok?
Well, I do watch. I do watch TikTok videos on Facebook. Like they
Oh, no, I
they
never
do go
do
through
that.
my feed, and I
No.
will. Yeah, that might be how they knew
That
my
might
account
be.
because I'll watch a video and then I'll click on it and it'll open my TikTok app. But it was the first time to actually link the two. I mean, I don't do TikTok, but I do watch videos from TikTok.
So
Sorry, I had
I'm
to scream there for a minute. My new just popped.
click. I'm seeing that people are saying Facebook is asking them to connect, and one of them is from like 3 or 4 days ago, but I'm also seeing ones from well before that. So maybe it was an ongoing thing that they increased more recently, but I'm not seeing anything that makes it like it's like a huge wave of people are reporting this. Yeah. I'm not
Yeah, no,
seeing
I
that.
just thought it was strange that it came up on Friday when it was supposed to be banned on Sunday. That was just
yeah.
weird. I had never, and then I saw that Zuckerberg was going to the Trump thing, and
Zuck
he was
was
a big
there.
non-Trump.
Bezos
Yeah.
was there. Someone from Google was there. What's his name from Apple was there. The TikTok guy was there, right?
Yeah.
I think those
Yep.
were all the big tech people. There are probably more, but those are the ones I saw being reported on. Interesting. Yeah,
Right.
I would place my money on Facebook versus Musk. So Zucker versus Musk. I would much more predict that Elon Musk would buy TikTok, and that would be how it gets under American ownership, even though he's from South Africa. I think that would qualify.
Or
But
if both of them did it.
I don't think they would
Both
team
of them
up.
joined together.
I don't think they would. Not only do I think that they don't like each other, but I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, it's like Zuckerberg's trying to get in with the cool kids.
Yeah, everyone is. I mean, it just shows that once again, anything we say about Trump, it was the same thing with Biden, it was the same thing with Obama, same thing with everybody with Bush, but just way more so with Trump. So, some tech people maybe like Trump. Clearly, Elon Musk does. Some tech people clearly don't like him. I'm guessing Tim Cook from Apple does not like Trump, but they're all afraid of him. So they all donated $1 million to his inauguration, and they were all there. Probably
Maybe it's because he called him Tim Apple last time and not Tim Cook.
Hey, Tim Apple, that's a pretty good name. Maybe the CEO of every company should just have the company's name behind them. Elon X. Yeah, Elon X. That sounds great. Exelon. Whatever the situation is, they kiss every president's ass, but because Trump is really crazy, they have to do it even more. But just imagine if they had done the same thing for Obama or done the same thing for Biden, how much they could have been afraid of those presidents. Oh, they weren't, because Democrats are pussies. So it would
Well, I
be
find
great
it weird.
if our team could make tech CEOs afraid like Trump does.
Well, I find it weird with the whole TikTok thing because the ban started under Trump in his first term. I mean, Biden signed it into law, but the whole ban started in 2016 or 17. Like he banned it from all the
know that they
government
were
stuff, and then
talking about it, and there's some states that have done it, and then there's the idea of banning it federally. But the ban now The one
Right.
that he is delaying was not from Trump. That started under Biden.
No, I just mean like Trump banned it from the government and Air Force One and all, government electronics and stuff. And then
he was
and
anti-TikTok
now he's
for
like,
most of his time.
right. And now he's like, let's bring it back. I just find that
But
odd.
it's not odd because Trump goes every which way. And
Well,
what's really not odd about it is that Trump is trying to use that stance of maybe we bring it back to get something from TikTok. So I think it makes perfect sense. He could have also just favored banning it like he did previously, but I don't think it's odd at all. I think it makes a lot of sense. He's always changing what he thinks, but specifically here, clearly he wants to get some leverage. And if TikTok can only work with the Trump administration, they'll work with the Trump administration. I think it's a really interesting move. I think in the end, it's not going to be sold, and it's either going to get banned or the ban is going to get repealed. But if it did get sold, I would say Musk would buy it. That would be my top choice. Yeah. Let's go back to this list.
50%.
I'm sorry, Shannon. Yeah.
50% has to be bought by an American.
Yeah, whatever the
For
situation
the American
is. But
TikTokers,
if you have 50.1%, you have a controlling interest. So that's all you need. So it doesn't matter at that point.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I thought it was only 50%, but
it would.
I don't
be
understand what that.
50.1. I don't think it would be
Oh,
50, but whatever the situation is, usually when you own 50%, especially if there are other interests, so maybe you own 50%, but the other interests each own only a third of, so it'd be 15, it'd be like around like 15, 16, 17%, then your 50% becomes the majority. But usually to control a company, it has to be 50.1, like a vote,
right?
That sort of a thing. But whatever the situation is, they've all figured this out. So it's going to be a controlling interest in TikTok. I don't think that's going to happen. My gut tells me it's either banned or the ban gets reversed somehow, or I would vote Musk buys it. I don't see Meta buying it. I don't know. I mean, what's his name? Zuckerberg's wife's Chinese. I don't know if she's ethnically Chinese or if she's Chinese American, but I think that he tried learning Mandarin. He did like a live event either in China or somehow with Mandarin speakers, and he was asked a question and he responded live in Mandarin because he'd been studying it. Apparently he does this thing where he tries to learn like a skill. Like this year I'm learning this, the next year I'm learning this, the next year I'm learning that. So whatever the case is, he has some level of speaking of Mandarin. I think his wife might be Chinese, but maybe that's just ethnic.
His wife was
Chinese.
born in Massachusetts.
So, okay. So clearly not.
But yeah, she is of Chinese descent.
So there is that connection, but I still don't think Meta is going to get involved with that. Let's go back to abc11.com. It's another ending DEI programs in the federal government, executive action. Only 2 sexes, male and female, to be recognized by the federal government. That it should say genders, because when we say sexes, it is male and female for 99% of people, but gender is what people are actually talking about. But I see the point they're trying to make there. Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, yeah. Ensuring the federal government carries out U.S. immigration laws. Pulling the U.S. from the Paris Climate Agreement. Declaring a national emergency at the southern border. So there's a bunch more, but those are the ones I think make the most sense. Yeah, I mean, once again, Shannon, like we were talking throughout today's show, none of this is particularly surprising. I am surprised that so much of this was able to happen so quickly. Now we'll see what happens with the courts, but the fact that I think are there any big picture items from the Trump campaign that were not put into executive action on the first day? I'm finding it hard to think of one.
Well, I mean, like more that he wants to do. like promises.
Well, what are the big picture items? So, like the main things he's been talking about that were not addressed. We'll have to see what happens, but were not specifically addressed on the very first day, or even before the first day. I'm not able to think of one.
God, no, not off the top of my head.
That's why my response over on Stereo, Trump's first day, he's doing terrific or he's doing terrible. I would say he's doing terrific. He's delivered on all these promises.
I'm looking at what he promised for his first day. Well, he didn't end the war in Ukraine.
Okay, that's fair. Was that the one he said he would do before he even became president?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, that's fair. That's a pretty big one. He has not done that. Clearly, you can't have an executive order to end the war in Ukraine, but he has not delivered on that. So his political power, I guess, would be how he would have said he would have done it. Wasn't able to do that yet. However, something we have not talked about, and I definitely, out of the two, give way more credit to Trump than Biden. It doesn't seem just by chance that we have a ceasefire now that's in the process for Gaza, and they're exchanging hostages. It doesn't seem just random that happened right as Trump was coming in. I think he played, I have no reason to think this. I'm not looking at any data points, but just using my own brain, I would say Trump definitely played a larger part in that than the Biden campaign, the Biden White House. Absolutely. It doesn't just happen right as he's leaving the White House.
I don't know. I didn't see any. I mean, I understand where yeah, it could definitely have something to do with him coming in. But that's going to be a Biden win, I guess.
Well, I
Because
mean,
he was president when it happened.
No. I mean, the two presidents worked together. I've read about it. They worked together. The incoming administration worked with the Biden administration to secure this deal. That's what the official press release said. So even if it's just the fear of Trump coming in, I give him 51% or higher credit on that. Biden had all of this time. I mean, he wasn't able to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure it had something to do with him coming into office, but probably because, Trump threatened to level Gaza, but in one of his rallies.
Once again, I mean, if only Biden and Obama and other Democrats acted like Trump did, but in a pro-democratic fashion and in what we want, wouldn't it be great what they could accomplish? I mean, Trump accomplishes things without even doing anything. Sort of like Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize before he even actually did anything, just because he ran for president as a black man. I mean, that's literally what he got the award for. He did not deserve that at all, but he got it, and it was because of who he was and what he did. So in the same way, if Trump, just because of the person he is and the fear that comes attached to that, if that was all it was, I still give him way more credit than Biden for the Gaza ceasefire and the exchange of prisoners, which has already started. I mean, how long did Biden have for that?
A year. No, because I think they said it was like 400 days that those prisoners were in
It's been since October of
last year, right?
A year and a half ago, year and some months, yeah. Would have been 20.
So yeah, like 400 days, right? 365, yeah. So it would be like 400 days, just over 400 days. 365 in a year plus another month or two, month and a half.
And it just happened as Trump was entering the White House. No, I mean
it was either Thursday or Friday that they were released. Those three women, I guess.
So I don't know that was a huge campaign promise from Trump, but boy, does he get an A+ on that. Not for Ukraine. You're right. He said those things about Ukraine, and I don't know how much closer we are to a ceasefire deal there, but I absolutely in the next year expect that could become a reality. I would argue in the favor more likely than not that we'll have an end to the Ukraine war, whatever that means. But we'll have an end to the open hostilities of military forces between Ukraine and Russia within the next year. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Trump did criticize Putin today, I guess. He said, Vladimir Putin, he should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia by not making a deal. I think Russia is going to be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy, you take a look at the inflation in Russia. I got along with him great. I hope he wants to make a deal. Then he went on to say he can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out. It's not making him look good. I think he would be well off to end that war.
Yeah. I mean, that's
what he said
definitely
today.
the way that Trump talks, but yeah,
I think,
I
sorry,
mean-
I have a hard time reading him because he,
but I mean, it's
You
like you can
forget
tell
Trump's-
that's what he says, because he would say good things about Putin, but at the same time he's saying bad things about Putin. That's the that's the most anti-Putin message you're ever going to get from Trump, is when he compliments him at
Right.
the same time as putting him down.
I'll put the article down below for anyone else that
No,
wants to
that's
read
okay.
more
We-
of what he
Oh yeah,
said,
you
but
can put it down. I trust you, but yeah,
Yeah.
definitely go and tweet that.
It's
Let's take a
CNN, but-
break from these
Depressing
Trump
matters?
executive. No, not take a break from depressing matters. That's not what I'm saying. Let's take a break from the executive orders and look at something here that you also told me about. I did not realize this is a real thing. People are reporting on it. This is from ABC News. President Donald Trump did not place his hand on the Bible as he took the oath of office during his inauguration on Monday. First Lady Melania Trump stood next to the president holding two Bibles. You can see it right here. One's a lot bigger than the other. But the 47th president of the U.S. didn't place his hand on either as he raised his right hand to take the presidential oath, which Chief Justice John Roberts issued. So he talked, Trump responded, repeated. And yeah, you see it right here. One's much bigger than the other. His wife is wearing that hat, so he can't kiss her. But boy, does she look great. And he didn't put his hand on the Bible. Now, there's no legal requirement, ABC writes, for the
Correct.
president to place his hand on the Bible.
the only thing I mean, I know it's not a law because you could swear on anything that you believe, like, because they
You
threw
just
a
have to
big fit.
swear
I
an
can't-
oath of
Right.
by oath or affirmation to support the
Affirmation.
Constitution.
Correct. And the only problem I have with this is I can't remember which. I was either a senator or a congressman. They took their oath on the Quran. And, you know,
Oh, it's probably
MAGA
that
threw a
lady
fit
that
about
hangs
that.
out with AOC, right?
Let's see. Yeah. And they threw a fit because she took an oath on that, but they're not throwing a fit because he didn't put his hand on the Bible.
So that's why I
So,
wanted to
you
talk
know.
about this. I think it's legitimate to not be pleased with someone who goes out of their way to pick a different book, especially one that has millions of people around the world who think really horrible things, like you leave Islam and you should be put to death, that sort of a thing. Those are mainstream Islamic values around the world. Millions upon millions of people believe those things. And then you just have the fact that it's just a religion that many people in the United States have a bad viewpoint of for many different things. But the important thing in the US is that we are a majority Christian nation. We've been the majority Christian nation that we are for the entirety of our existence as the United States. So with that being the case, you know, if you swear in as an atheist and you put your hand on, I don't know, a book by science fiction, I don't know, some atheist book, a physics book or whatever, then okay, that's one big middle finger to you. But at least it's not a competing religion. It's like the lack of religion. Now you can be a militant atheist, but okay, those are just different ways to look at it. But if you actually pick a competing religion that has, like I said, millions of people who believe horrible things should be enforced in the name of Islam, in the name of Allah, I can understand why people are upset. What happened with Donald Trump, I don't know if it's a conscious choice or if it was just him not paying attention. because he claims to be very religious. He's clearly not, but he claims that. And as ABC News writes here, during his first inauguration on January 20th, 2017, Trump placed his right hand atop 2 Bibles held by the First Lady as Roberts swore him in as the 45th president. She also held 2 Bibles here on Monday, and he did not. So it makes me think this is a simple mistake, not a choice. But even if it was a choice, he's done it before. And he claims to be Christian. Christians seem to believe he is for some reason. So it's not the biggest deal in the world. However, this is what I think, Shannon. And we have Better Call Sal request to speak. We have Apostate Nate request to speak. If this had been Obama, or if this had been Biden, or if this had been any Democrat, conservatives would have gotten really pissed off. Right now, this is barely a story. And I think that is clear hypocrisy. I'm guessing, because we won't know, because show me a Democrat who did this. But my guess is Republicans would have a big problem with this if the shoe is on the other foot. And I think that's the definition of being a hypocrite. I'll agree to that. Let's call a spade a spade.
Absolutely. I think it was a mistake as well. I mean, but they should at least call them out on it, because they call out, they called out that woman that did it. So, I mean, I know it doesn't matter, but it should be called out,
But
since
I don't
such a
think those
big
are the same
Christian guy
things.
and put out his own Bible.
Not putting your hand on the Bible that your wife brought, 2 Bibles that your wife brought, and you've done it in the past. That's not the same thing as someone using a Quran and actually putting their hand on it. I don't think those are the same things at all. I'm talking about if a Democrat did this and they didn't put their hand physically on the Bible, that would be all over Fox News. Megyn Kelly would be talking about that.
Oh, absolutely, they would. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one was the Lincoln Bible, which we used last time. I don't remember what the second was. The second one his Bible, the one he put out.
I really hope it was his Bible.
I wonder if it was.
Shouldn't the Trump Bible be orange? Let's be honest. Shouldn't it be orange on the outside? Or red? It should be red or orange, right?
Yes.
I think
Try to
that's
see
the
what-
correct choice. Apostate Nate wants me to do an Oscar party, and I say the Oscars are overrated. He says, let's do a better alternative. So I guess we do the news debate skers. The newsers. Yeah. The debate skis. Yeah. I don't think I know enough about films from the last year to be able to confidently hand out awards, even just the big ones like Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Director, Best Picture. I don't think I've seen enough of recent films to be able to do that. And I have to go back and watch films that I thought were really bad to at least give them, do my due diligence. I'm not the person to do that. But Apostate Nate, if you want to by yourself, or if you want to team up with other Patreon supporters like I bet Ron would be interested in doing that with you. If you guys want to do the show with me and then say these are the awards we're giving out, I'll be happy to do that and comment where I can. But you got to take the lead with this. Would you be interested in that, Shannon?
Movies from 2024.
Yeah, aren't the Oscars based on calendar year?
Yeah. So it would have been. I think they do like mid 2023 to mid 2024.
Whatever the situation is.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that.
Yeah,
just pick a time span and we'll call them the newsies or something. the debate
So
skis,
the two
like
Bibles
that.
he had. The 2 Bibles he had was one was the Lincoln Bible, the one at the bottom there, that velvet one. And then the other one was a Bible that his mother gave him when he graduated primary school in 1955.
Or at least it's one he says. Really?
His mother gave him in
him
1955.
I'd like to have a look at that Bible.
Exactly. And I guess JD was also, he was the same, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't see that. I assume he also swore an oath, but I don't remember seeing that, so I didn't see that clip. Once again, I didn't watch it live, so.
Oh, Vance took his oath by using a family Bible that belonged to Bonnie Blayton Vance, his late maternal great-grandmother.
Nice. Okay, well.
But he put his hand on
He's
the
someone
Bible.
who's been into Christianity far longer than Trump. Yeah, no, I assume J.D. Vance was like licking the Bible when he was giving his oath of office, which made it hard to repeat after Chief Justice John Roberts, but he did it nonetheless.
Yeah, his wife was holding the Bible. Vance's wife was holding the Bible for him.
By the way, first non-white first lady, or what do we call vice lady? What do we call the spouse of the vice president? The female spouse of the vice president. Whatever that is. First non-white one.
Oh, God, I don't even know. What?
That's actually a nice
It's not
connection.
First Lady.
So Kamala Harris was vice president. She was Black Indian. And now the vice president's wife is just American Indian, but not Native American.
Oh, it's Second
American
Lady.
Indian.
They call her
Second lady.
the Second Lady is, the vice president's wife. Her husband. I don't know. Did they refer to Kamala's husband as second man? I don't know.
Probably, but they didn't really refer to him that much until she became the presidential nominee. I mean, why would you?
Well, I mean, he was the first male.
Yeah, but she was the first female, so that's a way bigger.
Absolutely.
If she had been a man and her husband had been a man, aside from the gay breaking news thing, once we move past that, we'd be like, oh, well, he's also a man. So it was just such a low level thing with Kamala being there. So, but yeah, clearly that's out. We got two dudes with two ladies. But has a president been married a second time other than Trump, if we don't count Biden because his first wife died?
I mean, I know there was a bachelor president that got married in office.
Yeah, but recently,
his first wife
America
died.
Has been so long. Like, I'm sure there's weird stuff, but in recent memory, Trump's the only divorced president, right?
Yes.
Because Biden was not divorced; his wife died.
Right. I think he might be. I don't think any of them were divorced. I think they all.
Maybe he was even the first divorced one. Yeah, that's a good point. We'll have to look
Tyler
this up,
and Wilson both remarried during their presidency, but they had spouses that died. And Buchanan was a lifelong bachelor, never married. Cleveland was a bachelor when he entered the White House, but married while in office.
Cleveland. Well, hey, that's the one we connect with Trump because he won, lost, and won like Trump did.
Right. Yep.
And hey, we have the official answer here from MC Funk. I'm gonna tweet this, or I'm gonna put this on my video from MC Funk on Discord. So the official. This is what we called him. Kamala's husband was the second gentleman. Second gentleman. Oh, was Reagan divorced?
had been. Yeah, Reagan had been. Reagan was the only president who had ever divorced his wife, but he left his first marriage so early in life and moved on to Nancy that no one cared.
Oh, well, he was the Hollywood president before Trump, so I guess that's not surprising. But wow, people always talking about how Trump is, the Republican Party used to be different when we supported Reagan. Well, if you like divorced presidents, Trump and
he was
Reagan.
married to he was married to some woman named Jane Wyman for 9 years, 1940 to 1949, and then met Nancy in 52 and was married till he died in 2004.
But we're sure that he actually met Nancy after he got divorced?
Well, I mean, there's he married Nancy in 52, so that's
Doesn't
like
mean that
3
he
years.
didn't. Doesn't mean he
No,
didn't
that
know
it
her.
doesn't mean that
This
exactly.
is not my first
Um,
rodeo, Shannon. Mr. Reagan, how fortunate were you that you met your wife just a few years after you divorced your first wife? Yes, that is
Well, I mean,
fortunate.
she married 5 times, so his first wife, Reagan's first wife.
Oh, his first wife. Okay, wow. So that was a bad choice. He was the 5th
Yeah.
guy she'd been with.
No, he was the first, but she went on to
Oh,
marry
she went
5
on to
times
marry.
to 4
Okay.
men. Yeah, she went on
So
to marry
he
5 times
was
with 4 men.
he was the first gentleman, and then
Correct.
there was a 5th gentleman at the end of that. Okay, all right. Let's
I
reset.
think.
It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Appreciate MC Funk. He's tweeting us, or rather, he's messaging us over my Discord server. He might be listening over on Rumble or Twitch or something. MC Funk, if you want to jump in here, we're doing our Trump after 24 hours. What do you think? I'm not a Trump fan, as you know. I don't like Trump at all, but I got to say, he's hit it out of the park. He has done nearly everything he promised, leading up to or within the first day that he could have done. Of course, other things will take more time, but and we'll have to see what happens with the court system, but he has hit it out of the park. And I'm not saying that I support a majority of these things. Some of them I certainly do. But he has hit it out of the park. He has delivered in almost any way that he could have. He also, even though he was very, very angry and negative in his remarks, which are very Trump-like, so we shouldn't be afraid of, or we shouldn't be surprised by that, I should say. Feel free to be afraid of it, but not surprised. But he was not over the top Trump-like. He just, was reading his speech, and he came in and had tea with Biden and his wife, which I think Biden should not have done. But it was precedent, so they did it. I mean, he has been president-like as much as Trump could be in the past 24 hours. And that's the sad thing, Shannon, is that, do you remember when Biden came in, Trump was not there. So when
Correct.
Trump was elected, the Obamas were there. And then when Trump lost the election, everybody was afraid he'd become a dictator. But no, he gave up power. And he just was not there at the exchange of power. But the guy who beat
And he
him,
fired the people.
I'm sorry?
So no one he fired the usher that was supposed to open the door for the Bidens, so that no one was there to open the door for the Bidens either.
Oh, that's funny. That's a good move. Once again, if only Democrats acted like Republicans, we'd live in a better country. But then the guy who he disrespected, personally, was not there for the exchange of power. This guy bent over backwards, invited Trump to the White House after he won the election, had tea with him on that day, had to sit there next to Kamala as he badmouthed them in a very intimate inauguration that is not the norm. Oh, man. I would be much more happier if Biden had not been there, or if he had been there, but not had tea with him and all these other things. This just goes to what I've been saying this whole time during this whole election cycle, is that Republicans win because they want to win more than Democrats. Democrats are more worried about looking good and precedent and seeming agreeable and, the exchange of power. They said over and over again, Trump is a threat to America. Was it Kamala or Biden or both who literally called him a fascist once or more times? And then, when a fascist wins, they bend over backwards to welcome him into the White House.
Right. Yeah, that he did. Biden did. But I know Melania did not go to the tea for Jill like all the first ladies have done before.
I thought they had tea together. I remember seeing video of both of them walking up with Biden and his wife there, and they had tea together.
No, she was supposed to go last week.
No, but I mean the day of. So
Oh,
Monday,
yeah,
they had pre-inauguration tea together. So I don't know about these other things, but that definitely happened with all 4 of them. Which, by the way, to have been there during that conversation,
Yeah, it was. Melania declines White House invitation. No tea with Joe Biden after they won the election.
Well,
I
you
don't know
mean,
when that was.
what's her name? Who's Obama's wife? There, Michelle. She wasn't
Oh,
there at
Michelle. Yeah.
Carter's funeral. She wasn't there on Monday, and I feel like there was something else she also missed, but maybe I'm inventing that. And then, of course, the rumor
No, you're
is
right. She
that
was
they're
not
getting
at Carter's.
divorced.
I just don't think she likes him. I mean, because Obama was seated next to Trump at the funeral, and I think that might have been why she didn't go. But it could be. I mean,
You think Michelle Obama hates Trump more than Kamala Harris?
yes.
But does she have a reason to? I would say no. And Kamala Harris, say what I will about Kamala Harris, who I do not like very much at all. She was at Carter's funeral, and she was there on Monday.
Yes, she
This
was.
does not look good for Michelle Obama. And if it's just because she doesn't like him, it's giving Barack Obama a lot of bad press that they're going to get divorced.
I mean, I don't think they're going to get divorced, but
we wouldn't be talking about it if Michelle had been there. You get what I'm saying?
no, we would not be no, you're exactly right. We would not. But to be honest, I wouldn't want to go either. I would if I was her.
But again,
But I mean,
Kamala
there would be a
Harris
difference if
has
I was.
one second. Kamala Harris has a pretty good reason to not ever want to be in the same area as Trump ever again. But she went to Jimmy effing Carter's funeral because he was Jimmy mother effing Carter. I mean, that was a great human being. And for Michelle Obama to sit that one out, that's a bit of a middle finger to Jimmy Carter and his legacy.
Absolutely.
Now, to not go to the inauguration, that's different, especially if she had gone to Carter's funeral and not gone to the inauguration. That would have sent a clear message. But the message I'm getting from her right now, whether or not it's going to happen, whether or not there are any other facts to this story, is that she's getting divorced from her husband. That's the message I'm getting right now. So it's not the message that she maybe wants to send, but because she was disrespectful to Jimmy Carter, it's the message that we're getting, right? She has been in the same place as Trump before.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a big difference because she's not really involved in. She wants to distance herself from the politics. So, not attending Jimmy Carter's funeral was.
I've
bad.
never
I can
ever gotten
understand.
a single 0.001% effort that Michelle Obama is not interested in politics.
Oh, she said several times that she doesn't want to run. She doesn't want to.
That's
She
different.
wants to
That's
concentrate on her
different.
family. She wants to.
Kamala Harris's husband does not want to run for office, and he was there. That's
Yeah,
not
but he
an
wasn't
excuse.
disrespected by Trump. Where I mean, I
He
think it
was
wrong for her
not
to
disrespected by Trump. You want to think that over again, Shannon?
No. Michelle was when they first when Trump won the first time.
And Kamala Harris's husband was not. I'm going to give you a second and a third. You want to think that over again before you double down on that? There's no justification for Michelle not being there that has ever been. These ears have not heard a single one, and you talking right now does not change that. She clearly is interested in politics. Whether or not she wants to be a candidate, immaterial, because she was never afraid of the microphone when her husband was president, when he was running for president. Since that time, she's been all over the place. Just these last two, I'm trying to think of a third one. I can't think of it, but I thought there was another one. These last two.
Yeah, I thought there was two when you said that. I thought there was a third one too that she missed.
But let's just say Jimmy Carter's funeral and the transition of power inauguration on Monday. There's no excuse if you don't want to be a politician. Kamala Harris's husband is not a politician. In many ways, I think he's had it worse than Michelle Obama, because they just ran against him now. Michelle Obama hasn't run against him for a very long time. And no, they never did. He never ran against Obama. What am I thinking? No,
No. Obama was in office when Trump took over. Remember
And
when they?
Trump did not run against him.
No.
So
I
I'll
know.
ask you for the 5th time. Do you want to rethink
No,
that?
I know he didn't run against him, but he was the outgoing president when Trump was incoming.
Yes, and this doesn't change anything that I've just said. So I feel like you're just defending Michelle Obama a little bit too much here without any data, which is fine. It's not a big deal, but I don't know. Maybe liberals should be able to throw, glory be her name, Michelle Obama under the bus when she gives us good reason to throw her under the bus.
Oh, no. I think she definitely should have been at Carter's funeral. 100%.
So why wasn't she? Rather than defending her for these
I don't
two
know the
absences,
excuse that
let's
they gave.
talk about why she wasn't there.
Yeah, I was trying to look up on like the excuse why she wasn't there, and all they said was they just announced that she would be unable to attend. They didn't give a reason.
Oh,
why
okay.
she
So
wasn't
it's
at
a
Carter's
real
funeral.
FU. Should even make up an excuse that oh, I'm sick?
No, it wasn't even her. It was her team that just said, and then for the team, I don't even know who that is, came out and said she was missing the January 20th event, but didn't provide more clarity. I thought she was on vacation or something for Carter's funeral. That was bad.
This is looking more and more like they're getting a divorce. Let's be honest. Would you want to be next to your husband, who's high profile and God for most Democrats, if you're going to divorce him soon? Because Democrats are going to choose Obama over Michelle in a divorce.
Oh, I guess she shared a. Hold on, NBC is saying that she shared a message yesterday.
She shared a message. I never liked Jimmy Carter. Yeah, and of course I don't like Trump. So
no. This was about the inauguration. Oh, never mind. It was only about MLK. It was just about Martin Luther King. She didn't mention a thing about Trump. She did put out a message.
That's that's a bad day, MLK Day and Inauguration Day when Trump's coming back in. Yeah, the Daily Show talked about that as well. But okay, so just to be clear, so we don't have to invent all of these things that I don't make even for one moment logical sense. Michelle Obama has given us real reason to think that they're getting divorced, and at the very least, has given us no reason why she legitimately would miss the funeral of probably the most, how would you say, the most giving, selfless president to ever be in the American White House.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard a lot of people put him down, but I mean, I believe he was a good person. But I mean, to be honest, I don't remember his presidency because I was 4.
I gotta tell you, if Jimmy Carter were alive now and Michelle Obama passed, do you think he wouldn't have gone to her funeral?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, absolutely he would have, right?
Yes, absolutely would have.
He hated that bitch, Lee. No. So yeah, no, it's too bad.
Oh, they're saying, I'm sorry, she missed Jimmy Carter's funeral for a scheduling conflict. That's what.
Oh, yes,
NBC
because she had something more important going on. Yeah, that sounds great.
I don't know what it was, but yeah. I think that's completely wrong. I think she should have been there because he did, he was just a good person. For whether you agree with what he did while he was in office or not, I mean, he spent the rest of his life freaking building houses and helping people. So
wasn't good enough for Michelle Obama. All right, let's reset. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. We got a message over on Stereo. Let's jump over there. Shannon, stay with us. Apostate Nate, if you want to join us with that beautiful voice of yours over on Twitter Spaces. And MC Funk says he's getting over a bad cough, so he's not going to be able to join us. He'll just keep messaging us over on Discord. Join the Discord server over on bit.ly/NEWZ debate. That takes you to my link tree and gives you a link to join us on Discord. We'll also give you a link for my Twitter, my Stereo, my Twitch, my Rumble. And there's another way you can get in touch with me. Call 323-250-0867. Leave a voice message, and I will play that during the show. You can also send a text message to 323-250-0867. I'll read that during the show. And if you want to be an instant co-host like Shannon and Apostate Nate and MC Funk when his voice is not bad because he has a cough, and a bunch of other people, $5 or more over on patreon.com/NEWZ debate makes you a co-host. Really appreciate Shannon, MC Funk, Apostate Nate, Lola, Mojo, Better Vibes, Sneaky Elbow, Ron, Natasha, Nick, Bjorn, Glenn, and Patrice, who all support me over on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. Let's jump over to stereo and hear from Blue Matter. Take it away.
Wait a second. Why don't you look up when did Michelle Obama's mother pass away? I think a lot of people are forgetting that she may be in mourning, and I know I have a coworker right now. It's been in mourning for 2 years. She's very close to her mother, and it's like devastating. So we have no idea what she's going through at the moment. Her mother has passed. Let's not forget about that, okay?
Blue Matter, thanks for the message, but a swing and a miss. Marion Robinson died May 31st, 2024, at the age of 86. She was not strucken down before her time in an accident. No. Michelle Obama is the wife of a very popular two-term president. And if it was something as simple as I'm in mourning for my mother who died many months previously to Jimmy Carter's funeral, all she had to do was let us know. Where's that message? So great idea, but swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. The more we talk about this, the more I think that Michelle and Barack are having problems. I don't know if that'll mean they get divorced, but God, I can't imagine them having worse problems right now than Michelle just like trolling him on the internet. I guess that's the only way it could be worse, is if she was like literally tweeting things about him. Yeah, no, not an excuse. But even if it had been an excuse, it would have been something. If Michelle had been like, yeah, I'm not going to attend because my mother died a long time ago. This, same year, but when was Carter's funeral, Shannon? Was it in 2024 or was it this month?
It was less than 30 days ago because the flags were supposed to still be at, the flags were supposed to still be at half mast, and Trump made them raise them to full mast yesterday.
Was in
January 9th.
Yeah.
January 9th.
And the mourning period is from December 29th to January 29th.
According to CNN, she wasn't at the funeral because she was on an extended vacation in Hawaii. That's what CNN says.
Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna have to change my pants. Wow.
And I mean, I guess she was the seat that Obama was sitting in was supposed to be hers. So she was supposed to be sitting right next to Trump. But that's the only.
But I think.
But they have.
We mentioned that on the show, or I was talking to someone else. All they had to do was say we need a new seat, and they would have got a new seat.
Oh, probably. Oh God, I have no doubt. Or Obama could have just
an excuse. One second. So it's not an excuse to talk about where she would have been sitting. So let's just throw that out right now. They easily could have made other arrangements.
Oh, absolutely.
She's Michelle Obama. He's Barack Obama. So let's not even waste breath on that.
I'm just saying what they're reporting.
Yeah, but it's useless. They shouldn't be reporting that, because if she didn't go because of Trump, but she was able to sit somewhere else and not directly next to him, I could understand that. I wouldn't want to sit next to Trump if I were her either. It's not an excuse. Let's not talk about it. Just like let's not talk about her mother died in May of last year, and therefore she couldn't go. I mean, she seemed to be well enough to be on an extended an extended vacation in Hawaii. So something doesn't smell right here. And at the very least, not being more upfront about this and not having a public face on this. Like, where's the video of Michelle Obama being like, much like my husband and I, Jimmy Carter stood for helping people, and he did his most important work both in the White House, but for the decades afterwards that he was not in the White House. What a humanitarian. Where's the video? Because if you're the only person who's not there, the Clintons were there, the Bushes were there, Melania was there, right?
at the
Because
funeral,
Trump was talking to Obama.
Correct.
So she was the only one who wasn't there. And she was the
Correct.
only one who wasn't at the inauguration. That is not because she doesn't like Trump. You're telling me Hillary Clinton likes Trump. You're telling me Kamala Harris likes Trump. No. So that is her upset at her husband, who she's planning on divorcing, or that is her telling us the type of person she is. Pick your poison here. I don't know what the answer is, but it's not because her mom died in May of last year. And it's not because she was on vacation in Hawaii. She could have been on vacation in Hawaii, but you're telling me she can't get her ass to Jimmy Mother effing Carter's funeral? These are not excuses. These are things people can talk about, but these are not the real reasons why she didn't go. So let's focus on the real reasons. Getting a divorce. What else?
Were the Bushes at the inauguration?
Yes.
Laura was there? I know George was. I don't think Laura was at the inauguration. I
Laura
know
was
she
at the funeral.
Right. But I don't think she was at the inauguration. I don't know if was George there. I mean, I saw Hillary, I saw Bill, I saw
Looks like she was.
Obama.
George and Laura Bush arrived at the Capitol Hill for Donald Trump's inauguration from one day ago.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I just didn't see them. Yeah, that was
So,
the only ones that I could.
Once again, let's stop pretending about excuses being the actual reason. What's the actual reason? The first
She's
clear
being
one,
petty.
they're getting divorced. The number two, she's being petty. Anything else?
I think those are the only two reasons that could be, right? You know.
We're getting some more messages over on stereo, so let's jump back over there, and I think it's probably from Blue Matter again.
It doesn't matter. It's not a strike and a miss. I told you, my coworker who lost her mother 2 years ago is still in mourning. So again, you don't know what she is going through. You have no idea how people react to deaths, period. I don't care if she died of a heart attack. I don't care if it was a long illness. I've been through a lot of family deaths, and people deal with it differently. So I think you need to start showing people some grace and compassion and empathy. And also, I get really annoyed how people are always doing this, like compare. I don't care how things go, right? In everyday lives. Everybody experiences things differently. We all do. You got to look at the context. Death is a whole different context. So when you're saying stuff like that, that means you're either just saying what y'all want to say because a lot of y'all don't like the Obamas or whatever the case may be, or who, if y'all don't, or yes, and sometimes you'll say things that you don't like Trump, whatever the case may be, and it's really annoying, right? How some people don't like Trump, how some people don't like the Obamas, how people don't like the Biden. Everybody's all about tribalism and stuff. So annoying. But whatever the case may be, anybody who's experiencing something, you can't tell them how to react to those things. Everybody's human beings. We are.
Shannon, who do I like better, the Trumps or the Obamas?
Oh, the Obamas by far. I mean, maybe
Mm.
she's just. I don't understand her reason for not going to Carter's funeral, but I do understand her reason
Well,
for not going
Shannon,
to the inauguration.
that's where we're going too far, because it's impossible to compare human beings. You know, we are all individuals. We grow up in different families, different skin colors. Even siblings don't share the exact same DNA. You know, no one can understand your story, your truth, except yourself, Shannon. So I think the whole way I've been doing my show up until this point has been incorrect. How dare I judge others um, when only they know themselves?
Right. I mean, I can understand her not going to Trump's inauguration.
But how
not
could you even understand it?
Carter's.
You don't know how she processes things. You don't know her story.
Well, no. Just because Trump didn't go to Biden's inauguration, so maybe Biden shouldn't have gone either.
You're
But
trying to compare Trump to Michelle. I thought we were supposed to not compare people.
I mean, no, I'm just saying I can understand why she didn't. I don't understand why she didn't go to Carter's funeral, though, because it wasn't about, it wasn't about Trump or anything to do with Trump. It was all about Carter's legacy.
Well,
Or
I
it should
guess
have
we'll
been all
never
about
know,
Carter's legacy, I
'cause
should say.
we'll never know. It's impossible to judge. It's impossible to have opinions. I think I should just replace news debate with us doing, like, I don't know, acapella, or like caw caw caw, just doing some like soundscapes with the microphone. It's impossible to compare.
What are you going to do? Ocean sounds?
Oh yeah.
Soundscapes.
Ocean. So caw caw caw, but then it's like. Soundscape
I can
debate.
feel the wave of the ocean coming in.
Oh, it's a hurricane. I don't know. Clearly, I'm making fun of this person because I think they attacked me. The messages we just played, they were not being very nice to me. So I feel like game is on. But I appreciate your perspective. It's nice to have a different perspective. I do value that, even though you just heard my response to your perspective. But you tell us not to judge people and not to compare, but you literally just did that thing. So, I mean, you are being the definition of a hypocrite. Lee, I have a friend whose mother passed away 2 years ago and she's still dealing with it. How dare you compare that to Michelle Obama? You don't know that Michelle Obama feels that at all. Just like Shannon a few moments ago, but even worse, you are just defending her because you want to defend her. And that's fine. I mean, I like the Obamas more than Trump. I'm not a huge fan of the Obamas. I really don't like the Bidens at all. Well, to be fair, I don't know that much about Joe Biden. I don't like Joe Biden. But we're trying to have a fact-based conversation when there's not a lot of facts, because Michelle Obama has been disrespectful and has not provided them. And the one fact she provided, what was that, Shannon? It was that she was on an extended vacation in Hawaii. That's why she couldn't make the funeral of the most giving, selfless president in American history, who just happens to have been alive up until recently.
Correct. According to CNN, there was a scheduling conflict and she was on an extended vacation in Hawaii.
Wow. So what you're telling me
But that was her
is
team
during
saying-
the I'm sorry, that was from her team. She didn't give that message.
That was from her team. She has not said why she was not there. That I can find anyways.
While they were at the Jimmy Carter funeral and they're hearing, from whoever's, we are gathered here today to honor Jimmy Mother effing Carter, the most selfless man in the history of the United States presidency, and then jump over to Hawaii. Michelle's just at the beach, drinking, partying, rubbing up next to some young men because she certainly doesn't like being next to her husband. I mean, we have to invent all these details because she has not given us these details. Oh man, this is my fault. I'm such an idiot. This literally just happened. You don't have to believe me, but my phone on stereo turned off and I really wanted to hear from that other person. That's really my fault. I do that way too much. Okay. That's unfortunate. There were some other messages, and I really wanted to continue that train of thought. MC Funk writes, I think everyone is way over analyzing Michelle's absence, and I, for one, really don't give a F. Yes, that is true. I will agree with you. But this is really fun for me because, you know, if Donald Trump had not gone to Jimmy Carter's funeral, there's no debates. Donald Trump's a shitty person, right, Shannon? Like, is it that interesting to debate why he hypothetically wouldn't go to Jimmy Carter's funeral, or if his wife didn't go to Jimmy Carter's funeral? Like, I would expect that.
To be honest, I'm surprised he was invited, because wasn't he not invited to Bush Seniors? Wasn't that?
Could have been.
Because he died while Trump was in office, right? And he didn't get an invitation.
Well, if you're not invited, certainly, then don't go. Michelle was invited to Jimmy Carter's funeral, but
oh,
yes,
no. I'm just saying.
stands.
Right. No. I'm just saying that I don't think the Carters should have invited Trump, but that's just me.
But whatever the case, if Trump's not there or Melania's not there, no one is surprised, right?
Right.
Par
Absolutely.
for the course. When Michelle Obama is not at Jimmy Carter's funeral, like, what? What was that? When she's not at the inauguration, just the inauguration, not entirely surprised. But since her husband went, I'm very surprised. And when you combine that with the fact that she was not at Jimmy Carter's funeral and her husband went, and her husband was talking to Trump, you're telling me that if Michelle, and this is one of the things you talked about earlier, and I said, are you sure about that? You don't want to rethink that one for a third, fourth, or fifth time? If your wife is so upset by the idea of being next to Trump, which, by the way, they wouldn't have to be, they could have asked to have been moved, and they would have been moved, that she won't go. And what did Barack Obama do at the funeral? Shannon, do you remember?
Oh, he was talking with Trump.
He was laughing.
Having
a good old time
they
talking
were.
with Trump. So much so that Kamala Harris looked back at him and gave him the stink
Oh, I
eye.
didn't see that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't see. Oh, I didn't
Oh,
see.
yeah. Look up
Kamala
that
look
video.
back.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know even Laura Bush refused to shake Trump's hand at the
Good for
funeral.
her. That's great. But she was there because it wasn't
At
about
Trump's
Trump.
funeral. At Carter's funeral. Sorry.
At Trump's funeral. Wow.
I said
Shannon's going to get
Trump's
the
funeral.
Secret Service sent after her.
Well, if he was having a funeral, he wouldn't be shaking hands.
Yeah. Well, unless weekend at Bernie's, weekend at Trumpy's. So are we spending way too much time on this versus other things? Yes, I will own that totally. But it's not an unimportant question. I am really leaning on the fact that, well, how does this work? If you're in a really high power, high influence couple and you want to get divorced, do you just live your separate lives or do you eventually get divorced? Because if you don't get divorced, like I'm sure Michelle Obama wants to get banged and I'm sure Obama wants to be banging people. So it's worse if they get caught doing that before they get divorced. A divorce could be really messy. So do you basically do divorce proceedings, but behind closed doors, so that when you announce the divorce, everything's been decided, everything's been split, and it's just we're divorced now. That might be the best case scenario, but I mean, they have a production company. They make movies with Netflix and other stuff. So like, it's going to take a long time to figure all that out. Do you want to go to events with your husband while you're figuring all that stuff out? I could understand if the answer is no. But still, you go to Jimmy Carter's funeral, and if you don't, you give a much better excuse than I'm on an extended vacation. But by the way, why is Michelle taking a vacation without her husband?
No, I think he was in Hawaii with her, and he flew back.
Oh, okay. So it was okay for him to fly back, but not for her because she is more important than him. She's a little busier than Barack Obama.
No, because she had a scheduling conflict and he didn't.
You're telling me Michelle
according to her
Obama
team,
has more things on her schedule than Barack Obama.
I'm just saying what her team said.
Yeah. So once again, let's talk about real excuses versus what we hear for possible excuses. So, can you confirm that he was in Hawaii with her?
Yeah, I can see where you flow into. Give me a sec. I was reading the. Oh, I guess they posted. I was reading a thing that Barack and Michelle quashed divorce rumors versus a subtweet via a subtweet. Sorry. So I was trying to pull that up.
It's a strong denial when you tweet that you're not getting divorced. Yeah. Whatever the case, there's more to this than what meets the eye. And absolutely, it was disrespectful for her to not go to Carter's funeral. And the only information we get is from her team that she's on an extended. I mean, if you say you're on an extended vacation and you miss Jimmy Carter's funeral, is that any better than just saying I didn't want to go? I don't think.
No, I mean, I would have respected her more if she just said I didn't want to go, or gave some sort of
real,
not a half-ass excuse. Yeah. If she said something, not even her team, just she said something would have been better.
Well, all right, we will move on from this, but this is a real story. I'm really interested in how this finishes. I would place my money, just like we were talking before about TikTok. I think that either the ban is going to be repealed or it's going to be enforced, and TikTok will either be back to where it was before or it'll just be gone. I don't think someone's going to buy it, but if it was Elon Musk. That's my prediction. If I had to predict now, I don't think Barack Obama and Michelle Obama will be married by the time Trump leaves office. Because I can't think of another explanation for this. It just, and once again, so your wife doesn't want to go to Jimmy Carter's funeral, your partner in life, and you go without her. Your wife doesn't want to go to the inauguration and you go without her. Is that supporting your partner?
I mean, she was at Rosalind's, right? She was at Rosalind's funeral.
I don't know. That didn't happen in the last several months. I'm talking about
no. I know. I'm just saying. No,
examples.
I was just. I was just.
So
comparing.
Let's not get confused by other things. These two examples, maybe they weren't having marital problems when his wife passed away.
I don't think they're having marital problems, but
so give me another plausible excuse, because nothing you've presented, I don't think, is even close to being plausible.
Oh no, I just don't think she wanted to go. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't have a reason for
Jimmy Carter.
No, I don't have a reason for. I don't have a reason at all for Carter's. I can't explain that at all for Carter's funeral whatsoever. I can't give an excuse for that. I think you're. I don't know what was on her mind with that. Maybe she just didn't feel like it. I mean, maybe she was sick. We don't. I don't know. They can come up with a billion. I don't believe, that there was a real scheduling conflict either. So I just don't think. I don't know. I don't think they're getting a divorce, but I haven't seen any problems with their marriage. But I mean, they're not totally in the spotlight either. I mean, people do grow apart as you get older. I mean,
sure, but
I mean that could definitely be a reason.
If it's not their marriage, if we can't come up with anything else, then I would just say we either have it's the marriage or it's nothing. I think that out of those two, the marriage makes more sense. Because this is a pattern of behavior. Do you know what the common connection is to all of these things, aside from Trump being there? Is that she would have to be there with her husband.
Maybe. I mean, I don't. I mean, could it be? Yes, but I haven't seen any besides from, like Weekly World News or other things like that,
British
saying that they're getting a divorce. There's no indication that there's any marital problems. But
that's not true. I mean, the fact that they're not going to these big events together, I think, is a pretty good indication.
Well, but then she, he posts, loving things about on her birthday, and she responds.
Let's just think about that for a moment. So they don't.
And that was 3 days ago,
go,
4 days ago.
They don't physically go places together, and you think, oh well, Lee, that's pushed away. You can't even talk about that because he posted loving things about her recently. So you think those are equal? Not going to two large events and him posting loving things about his current wife. Those are the same thing.
Well, and her responding to them. Yeah, that.
So physically going to a former beloved president's funeral is the same thing about two people posting digitally about each other.
No. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there's no besides not being there. I mean,
but that's not what you said.
Not have wanted to go.
Was that you compared them to them posting about each other? So I would really encourage
I'm saying
you to
after
think about that.
After the funeral, because her birthday was the 17th of this month.
I feel like we've done this topic justice. I don't think you're understanding what you're saying when you.
No. I understand what you're saying.
I don't think you do. So we're just going to move on because we're not going to change each other's minds.
Let's I was trying to find where he flew. Where he flew in from.
Barack Obama and Michelle Obama quash divorce rumors via subtweets. This is January 20th, 2025. Michelle Obama was absent from Jimmy Carter's state funeral earlier this month, and she skipped Donald Trump's second inauguration too. So Michelle and Barack are getting a divorce. There's a huge pile of evidence that Michelle Obama skipped these events because she really hates Trump. Once again, Hillary Clinton doesn't hate Trump more. Kamala Harris doesn't hate Trump more. Has Michelle Obama not met Trump ever before these two dates? So clearly not the reason. There's pretty much no evidence that she's trying to avoid her husband of 32 years. Unless there's a rumor that he's dating Jennifer Aniston, according to In Touch. Is that a magazine? Last week, the Obamas have sort of addressed the rumors in a pair of subtweets. Barack posted this message on X on January 17th, wishing a happy birthday to the love of my wife. The love of my life, can't talk. And it has a picture of them, what looks like a really nice restaurant. There's no way to know when this picture was taken, but there's a picture of them at a really nice restaurant. Barack writes a sweet birthday message to his wife every year. And then she replies to that, "Love you, honey." So there you have it. Clearly, the Obamas are still very much in love or very committed to this elaborate conspiracy to needlessly lie about their relationship status. I don't mean to be offensive here, Shannon, but even though this is written differently than the way you speak, this was the argument you were presenting. She skipped two high-profile events that are very different from each other. And if she had missed one but not the other, would not be a chain of events that show an attitude, that show connection. But they both happened. And then what seems to be the best retort is that they tweeted about how they're still in love with a photo that has no date attached to it. That's my case. So we don't need to report it. We don't need to repeat it anymore. But that's why I was really confused by your line of thinking. Now, Shannon, do you have an update on where he flew in from? Were they together on Hawaii when he came in for?
Yeah. I can't. It's very strange. I can't find where he flew in from. I don't know if he was on Mars. Well, I mean, he was either in Martha's Vineyard or Hawaii because that's where they own their houses. But I can't find where he flew in from. All it says is, he arrived for, but it doesn't say where he came from. No matter how I try to put it in there,
Well, clearly they're both really still in love because it's on X.
I'm just saying there's no, I mean,
There's no proof other than the glaring proof that we keep going back to.
to you, I mean, I wouldn't go either, but that's just me.
It's not to me, Shannon. Come on. She missed Jimmy Carter's funeral, which, as you said, you have no excuse for. You cannot explain. Followed
No,
by
not for being a
missing the
Republican.
inauguration. That is a pattern of behavior that one has no explanation for, and the other we can sort of understand maybe why. But then again, you're telling me Michelle Obama has more reason to hate Trump than Kamala Harris, which you did tell me some time ago. You did say that. I think that's crazy, but you did say that. And what about Hillary Clinton? You're telling me that she doesn't hate Donald Trump a little bit more than Michelle Obama? And
I'm just saying the way that Michelle did, both Hillary and Kamala are different than Michelle. I mean, Hillary was not only a first lady; she was also in politics. Same as
all right,
Kamala was also
we're gonna
not a
have
first
to.
lady.
I
She was
don't think I've
in
eaten enough
politics.
food today for me to throw up as much as I need to want to throw up right now. So we're just gonna have to move on, Shannon. All right.
That's
You
fine.
know, not everybody can discuss every topic. I'm a little disappointed here. But let's go back to it. We were not focusing on Trump, oddly enough, for the show that's supposed to be all about Trump. Well, I know we were, because it's like, oh, she doesn't like Trump. Okay, we were still focusing on Trump. So the things that we haven't gotten to, the things I wanted to, if we have detailed discussions, his immigration executive order, his birthright citizenship executive order, January 6th pardons, and also Biden's last minute pardons of family members and allies. Even Anthony Fauci was pardoned by Biden here before he got out of the White House. Those are the ones that I'm interested in talking about. I think those are all the links that I have. Is there anything else that you want to discuss, Shannon, related to Trump in his first day, or should we get into some of those?
Oh no, go ahead. We can get into the other ones.
So we've talked about immigration before. We both think he's going to try to deport a lot of people, and there's a lot depending on how less or more effective that's going to be. We thought that he would pardon people for January 6th. It looks like he's done that. So we could talk a little bit about the Biden pardons, but really what interests me the most out of his executive orders are the one rather related to birthright citizenship. Do you think that you should be an American citizen just because you're born here, even if your parents are on vacation? You know, if your family does an extended vacation in Hawaii, like the Obamas apparently, and you're from anywhere in the world and you're born there, you're an American citizen. If your parents cross the border illegally for one day and you're born, or they're here for 6 years and you're born, you're an American citizen. I believe if you're over American airspace and you're born, you're an American citizen, but I'd have to look that up. I thought I read a story that someone
That is true.
over American
That is
airspace
true.
gave birth on an airline and the child was American. Is that
Correct.
what it should be? And then we could also have a discussion of, well, is it in the Constitution? Is it legal? But should it be that way?
I mean, that's what it says in the Constitution. If he wants to change it, then change the Constitution. Get the 2/3 of states to agree. I don't think he should be able to do it by executive order, just like any other amendment or removal of amendment. I don't think he can do it. But I mean, what is it like? What's the count up to? Like 26 states now are suing him over that. I think that was the last thing I saw this
There have
morning.
been
It's like,
a bunch of orders that have been quickly challenged in court, and I think birthright citizenship, is really high. I don't know the exact number, but a lot of people challenging that right now.
right.
So,
I mean, I don't think it can be done by an executive order. I mean, it doesn't go into effect for 30 days, according to that executive order. But I don't think he should be able to change the Constitution without appropriate votes from.
Without the
they would-
appropriate ways to do that. Yeah. So
Right,
I'm over
yeah.
here on Chat GPT.
I mean, imagine if they just said, "Oh, well, it says militia in the Second Amendment, so we're going to revoke all gun rights because you're not a member of the militia." Because the militia is the National Guard. I mean,
literally, that's how it would happen. You could have people interpret the Constitution differently because it's about interpretation. So literally, something like that could happen.
Right, but I mean, you couldn't do it by executive order. You would still need to do it,
But you wouldn't have to
through
change the Constitution to do that. That would be about the courts. So there's the courts interpreting things. There's literally changing the Constitution. There's adding to the Constitution, and there's what the founding documents had with them from the beginning of the country. So this is what I want to point to here, because to say it's in the Constitution is true, but it's not necessarily the truthiest truth. And what I mean by that is that it was an amendment to the Constitution. It was not originally there in the first 10 Bill of Rights. So it's guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. The relevant portion of the amendment was ratified in 1868. Quotes, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. It's really funny they have to mention state. That seems to come from a time when there were many more differences between states and maybe less of a union than we think of today. This clause establishes the principle of jus soli, right of the soil, whatever that pronunciation is, meaning that anyone born on U.S. soil is automatically a U.S. citizen with a few exceptions. So here's the interesting thing. It has exceptions. I'm going to find out, are these written into the amendments or have these been decided thereafter? So the exceptions, the primary exceptions are children of foreign diplomats who are not subject to U.S. jurisdiction. Okay, so if you're born here and you're the kid of an ambassador and he's not like banging his secretary, then I guess you're not a citizen. Okay. Enemy forces during wartime. All right. You have a kid while you're invading the U.S. All right, fair enough. Certain other rare situations involving sovereignty and jurisdiction. This interpretation, let's remember that interpretation, was solidified by the 1898 Supreme Court case U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark, which ruled that children born in the U.S. to non-citizen parents are citizens as long as the parents are not diplomats or otherwise exempt from your U.S. jurisdiction. So once again, it's not based on founding documents. It's not based actually on things that have been added to founding documents alone, but it's based on court decisions, court interpretations. So what his executive order, I believe, could do is bring this back to the courts. And Shannon, and please remind me, I think I forgot, which party has a majority on the Supreme Court? Which could it be?
Yeah, that would be the Republic. I mean, what are they going to do? Go back to like the rules prior to? I mean, prior to 1866, it was determined by the states for citizenship. So
it could be. So remember what happened with Roe v. Wade. That was nearly 50 years. It was reaffirmed in the 90s, and then the third time it was shot down. It almost lasted 50 years. And so what happened? Federal protections were gone, and some states did go back to really weird old laws. And then if the party mostly in power in that state was okay with that, well, they just kind of rolled with it. While other states very quickly passed updates. We saw all these states kind of passing updates to their laws because they didn't have to update it because we'd had Roe v. Wade for almost 50 years. I imagine maybe it could go back to some weird patchwork, the way that abortion is now. Or maybe the Supreme Court will decide what it is based on their interpretation. I have no idea. But the idea that just because it's in the Constitution does not mean that an executive order can supersede it. I think technically that's true. I think what you said is probably technically true. But what it does is it starts the process of eventually going to a heavy conservative majority ruled Supreme Court where they easily could come up with something different. Does that make sense?
Right. They could interpret it a different way. They couldn't take it off the books because that would have to pass by, what was it? It's what, 2/3 of Congress and 2/3 of states, or to do an amendment.
So I think,
either
you can
repeal
do
or
you can do a new thing or change it, but you also can have a constitutional convention. So I think that there's two general ways to
Right.
get there.
Oh, is it 2/3 of Congress and 2/3 of the states, or 2/3, or either
Let me
or?
look this up.
I just don't. I know it's 2/3 of something.
And then the last thing that ChatGPT says is that the issue of birthright citizenship occasionally becomes a topic of political debate, but any attempt to change it would likely require either a constitutional amendment or a new Supreme Court decision overturning long-standing precedent. We got a lot of people over
Right,
here
they
on
would
Twitter
interpret it.
Spaces, requests to speak. If you'd like to say anything, sorry, Shannon.
They would reinterpret, right? Is what they're saying.
Yes.
Instead of the Supreme Court would reinterpret it, not change it, right? Because they couldn't change the amendment; they would just reinterpret it into a different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
so.
Because I don't think they have the power to change, to redo an
Well,
amendment.
they could
But they
find
but they could interpret it in a different way than what we're using it as today.
because the Supreme
They
Court
could
can
do.
find any laws passed by Congress to be unconstitutional, but can they find an amendment of the Constitution to be unconstitutional, or does that trump, if you will, even the Supreme Court? I'll have to ask that question unless anyone knows. The U.S. Constitution can be changed through the amendment process, where you propose an amendment and ratify it. It can be proposed in one of two ways: by Congress, 2/3 majority, or a constitutional convention, which is called by 2/3 of the state legislatures. This method has never been used to propose an amendment. And then to ratify, two ways: state legislators, 3/4 of state legislatures must approve, or 3/4 of specially convened state conventions must approve. That was used only once for the 21st Amendment, which repealed prohibition. So basically, every time except prohibition, 2/3 majority vote in both the House of Representatives and the Senate to propose, and then to ratify, 3/4 of state legislatures. 27 amendments have been successfully added to the Constitution since its ratification in 1789. The first 10 amendments were added in 1791. So little time discrepancy there, but basically the same thing. So now I will ask, can the Supreme Court find a constitutional amendment? Why am I talking while I type? To be unconstitutional. My guess is yes, but perhaps that's the final thing that the Supreme Court cannot change. MC Funk writes, if I remember correctly, it was intended to grant citizenship to people in the Confederate States, including the former slaves, since they didn't have citizenship before then. Yes, I believe that's been pointed to a bunch of different times. My reply to that would be, as a Democrat, would be that that's clearly served its purpose today. And we still have it because ... while many of our allies don't have it, because you can get rid of birthright citizenship without saying it was a mistake from whenever it was added. But what does that mean today? Just like at the founding of our country, it made sense to guarantee certain rights like well-regulated militia, bear arms. Okay. And in 2025, we still talk about that because ... It's still useful because ... I'm gonna track down what the Supreme Court can do about amendments in a moment. But Nate, Apostate Nate, your hand is up. I didn't realize you were speaking. Great to hear from you, pal. How you doing today?
Hey, Lee. I just took a mic to quickly protest your taste in movies. Thank you, Lee.
Well, don't be Michelle Obama about it. Couldn't you give us a little bit more?
Oh, Lee, I don't know where to begin with your reactions. I don't know if I should start with dismissing the almost perfect art direction in Wicked, or the stirring and unique and dreadful mood that Eggers creates in Nosferatu.
So
I don't know where to begin with you.
Let's break this down one at a time. So I can think that the art direction in Wicked is inappropriate and wrong without saying it's bad. So maybe this didn't come across the way I wanted it to, but right now, what I'm saying is
I got you on the inappropriate. I got you. You don't think it's a fit?
It's not a fit. Yes, it's a really bad choice based on the prior material they had to work with.
Oh, I see the point there, Lee. There's a sentiment among fans of certain stories where if a newer version is made, they really want the aesthetic to match the old one as close as possible. This was a big criticism for the Star Wars prequels. If you remember that, a lot of fans were like, why do the prequels look better than the original? Boy.
And that's
Lee, I would take
real big critique of Star Trek Discovery was that not only did it not match any of the TV shows and movies up to that point, but the showrunners for the first season in particular, but I think even every season after that, to a lesser extent, they actively made the show different than any real Star Trek fan would have ever assumed someone with that much money and power would make the show. So it's not about something being new and different. It's about just not making sense. I think Star Trek Discovery is an even worse example of that. But correct me if I'm wrong, because I only made it like eight or 9 minutes into the movie. When the opening scene takes place at the end of The Wizard of Oz, so they go to the Munchkin village, and they're like, the Wicked Witch is dead. And Glinda comes down, and she's like, yes, it's true, the Wicked Witch is dead. They were not Munchkins, right?
I mean, that's how the movie bills them. I'm sure that the Munchkins have, in that scene, have credits. I don't think the film refers to them as Oompa Loompas.
But I mean, my
it is a
point
long
is
movie.
that in the original Wizard of Oz, the Munchkins are very short people, right? You know what I'm getting at?
Right. Yeah, I think your point is in the new one.
Weren't the Munchkins just normal looking people? They just look normal. That's Hollywood trying to correct for previous mistakes and not wanting to offend people. But like, that was literally what they were. So even from the get-go, they are just telling us as fans or just people who have eyes to go F themselves.
You do realize that there's no such thing as a Munchkin, that, it's all made up. If you write a prequel or if you write something that runs alongside the same timeline or whatever, you do have that license. If it's your own creation, even if it's just souped up fan fiction.
I'm not telling
like
you that
Wicked
they
is.
don't have license. So let me try this again. It doesn't match. And it doesn't match, I think, because they wanted to do their own thing. That's fair. They can do that. It's not an excuse, but it's fair. I could understand why everyone would want to do slightly their own thing. But it's not The Wizard of Oz. They created something different. It is not connected to the original film. They have changed it enough. It's not just
connected.
about it, it's not because
You
I mean
sure about that?
literally I don't know what else to tell you, Nate. They go back
Well,
to
the
the same
size of- I mean,
village. Let me finish, Nate. They go back to the same village and the people there are drastically different. It's not the same universe. It's something else. It doesn't mean that people can't like it. I just was lost at that point. And then when the fact that they never stopped singing really sunk in, I thought, okay, well, this is not only something that I don't think is a good adaptation of The Wizard of Oz, but this is something that I just can't enjoy because the original Wizard of Oz was not nonstop singing.
That's fascinatingly. Boy, in terms of it feeling like it's not connected to the original, I can see where the souped up aesthetic and everything size of the Munchkins can do that. I have to say that maybe part of my reaction is in the fact that I don't think the original Wizard of Oz is a very good film. I think it's one of those, it was good for its time type deals. And I think if that were released today, as is, I think people would laugh it out of the theaters.
Oh yeah,
But as it stands,
that's not anything disagreeing with what I just said. It's a time capsule. I think it's I would want to watch it right now if I was sitting down with some friends or just I don't know, a little buzzed. So if you got it, I'd enjoy watching I actually haven't seen it in a long time. I would enjoy watching it right now. I'm not saying that it would do well in the theaters today on its own merit without any history attached to it. But if you view it as this is a film that's like getting to be 100 years old here at some point.
yeah, I mean, there's no question, even though I'm not a huge fan of it, that it's iconic. It's cemented itself almost as an archetype. And just real quick as to, I guess the only thing I would respond to your point about the aesthetics not really being a fit is that I love the art direction so much. I really don't care that it's such a sharp contrast from the story that follows it in the timeline.
That is a perfect reply. That's all you need to say. You say, I don't care that it doesn't make sense. I still like it. And that is legitimate.
Yeah, and as a moviegoer, Lee, I tend to be a little bit more forgiving of things that don't make sense or even plot holes. A good example of this would be The Dark Knight Rises, which was my favorite entry in the Christopher Nolan trilogy. And the movie does have some odd plot holes in it. And a buddy and I used to fight about it all the time. And I'm like, look, this is a movie about a guy who dresses up in a bat suit and fights crime.
But I would say that whatever discrepancies exist between those three movies, and one glaring one is that the actress changed because she didn't want to do the other film, so it's not their fault. But I would say the inconsistencies, the plot holes between those three, nothing compared to the first 10 minutes of Wicked. So just as someone, I'm not a huge Wizard of Oz fan, but I know how the first movie feels. And if I made a movie that starts off as a sequel, but then at some point clearly jumps back to be a prequel, and then they tore up Wicked, the musical, into two films, so the other one will come out here in a bit. I would never have approached it that way. To me, it just feels like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the way that was insanely different from Willy Wonka, but as if it was a sequel rather than a remake, because a remake can't go in different directions. That's the point of doing a remake. But this is not a remake. The Wizard of Oz has been remade a bunch of different times, and they're all different, because if they remade it and it was the same, what's the value? That's actually where I would say you should do your own vision. But this is a sequel for a little bit in the beginning and then goes back to a prequel. It just is a really bad choice. But if I liked it, if I thought that it was awesome, I would see past all of those things. So I guess for me, since it was not entertaining and there was way too much singing, so it's not a good sequel prequel because it doesn't match the universe, and it's also a different amount of singing level versus the original film, I was just done.
Lee,
so
but
that's
the
why I made it
singing
like
is
10
so
minutes.
good. The singing is exquisite, and the choreography The choreography in what you would call blocking, the placement and movements of the actors, is absolutely first class. I don't think there's an Academy Award for blocking on set, but if there were, this movie would win it. Lee, write it down. You heard it here. Wicked is going to win Best Art Direction at the 2025 Oscars.
I mean, best art direction does not mean the most appropriate art direction. It probably means the most technically proficient, the most imaginative. So in that way, maybe it could win that. But if you're looking at The Wizard of Oz, no. But, and once again, the Oscars, as we mentioned earlier in the show, Shakespeare in Love beat Saving Private Ryan for best films. So that's all I ever have to say. I never watched that. I just found it out one day and I thought, well, that's all I ever have to say if I want to put down the Oscars. But okay, so let's move off of Wicked. You and I were on the same page. It doesn't make sense if you actually look at the first film, but if you enjoy it, it doesn't matter. I completely agree with you. When it comes to Nosferatu, I've never seen the original. I think they did like a 70s remake as well. Never saw that. I just was very bored throughout the film and uninterested. I thought it was terrible. It doesn't mean it's not quality. It doesn't mean that it wasn't well put together. It doesn't mean that it doesn't look like a period piece the way that it is. It doesn't mean that there's not value in the film. Just as a viewer, I was very bored and not entertained remotely by that very, very long movie.
Man, Lee, I didn't want it to end. What I thought that Robert Eggers did with this is he took two brilliant movies and he still did his own thing. He made it a little bit bigger, a little bit more outrageous. It's definitely a production in the sense that the original was not. The Werner Herzog one from the 70s is also very good. And this one, I think, well, I hate to compare the three of them and ask which one is the best because they're all so different. But imagine if you could just distill dread, just this feeling of death. Take the pure extract of what it would have felt like during the Black Death, because obviously Nosferatu is sort of a symbol, a metaphor of sorts for that in the film. The plague comes with him, and the voice that Skarsgård brings to the character, it's just so otherworldly. It's the exact type of voice you'd fear hearing if you had to wander to Transylvania into an old castle. Oh, Lee, I love the show, but hard disagree. I think Eggers hit it out of the park.
So, have you seen Interview with the Vampire?
I have, and I have to say that I don't really care about Anne Rice's, in my opinion, overly flowery, overly pretty, almost wistful Victorian sense of the vampire. That portrayal of the vampire doesn't interest me one bit.
Well, I guess we're just never going to agree then, because I felt much more dread and much more fear, and even I think a better depiction of plague-like conditions in the past, because that's briefly touched on in Interview with the Vampire, than anything I saw in the 17-hour-long snooze-a-thon Nosferatu.
It's not 17 hours.
It's
There's
more
like
than
3.
2. Yeah,
You're
it's more than
14
2.
hours off.
Or not even closely. So I was not at any time interested in what was going on. It was,
You're killing me.
But what I will tell you is that the set design I thought was very good. The design of the physical body of, what was the vampire's name? It's like something.
Count Orlok.
Orlok, yeah, Orlok. I thought that was really good. The vastness of the film, going on the journey and then coming back, like, all of that was good, but I didn't like the script. I was bored, and at no point was I ever afraid of the vampire or anything else. But if I were to see Interview with the Vampire, I didn't see it in the theater, but if I were to see it again right after today's show, I think I would feel much more emotion. I would feel much more interested in the characters and their fate than I ever did in Nosferatu. Um, Johnny Depp's daughter's pretty hot, so seeing her naked was a pleasant. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty nice. But like I mean, there was, I don't know what else to say.
Lee, can I ask you a question that's related to this? It's very closely related to it, and that would be: have you seen any other films by Robert Eggers?
I'm not even sure what those films would be. No, maybe
The Northman, the Northman, The Witch.
Oh, I like The Witch a lot.
Yeah, that was his first one.
I really
And
like The
my
Witch.
personal. Okay, good. There's listen to those listening to the recording. There is hope for Lee of News Debate. The
'Cause
Witch is exquisite.
I felt for the young daughter. I felt for the father. Once again, the set design was really believable. I thought that was a really entertaining film. There was mystery. You know, at no point was there mystery in Nosferatu. Like once you meet that character, he has a very strong presence after that point, and you see him constantly. So there's no reveal. You know, at the end of The Witch,
Yeah, but you don't
get
see
the
him great.
reveal. So I there was no suspense in Nosferatu. The Witch had a lot of suspense. I was on the edge of my seat. What's going to happen next?
Did you I don't know how well you remember the religiosity of the family and how they're kicked out of their Protestant little town in the beginning. They're excommunicated for religious reasons, but that sort of hyper Calvinist, stern religious traditionally, that's really what I came out of. So that movie hits me pretty hard.
Yeah, again, that's a really good movie. So those what other movies has he made that I may have seen?
I mean, just the only one that I haven't mentioned to you, because he hasn't been on the scene for crazy long, would be The Lighthouse, which is my personal favorite.
I did see The Lighthouse. I did not like it that much, but I thought that there were parts of it that I enjoyed.
Oh, Lee, you're fond of Me Lobster. Admit it.
I'm sorry?
You're fond of Me Lobster. Admit it. Don't tell
Fond
me you
of
don't
Me
remember
Lobster.
that scene. Yes, when Willem Dafoe is drunk out of his mind and he cooks lobster for his, his first mate or whatever, and he's trying to get him to say he likes his lobster and he won't say it. Probably the best line delivered by him. It's Willem Dafoe's best performance. You will never see him act like you see him in The Lighthouse. I might say the same for Robert Pattinson. That movie really is a gorgeous character study.
I feel like I saw him in something I thought I enjoyed him better. But no, my criticism of The Lighthouse is not the individual performances. I think it's just the weird back and forth of it. At some points, it's like a serious film where you can follow what the characters are saying and doing and try to figure out what's going on. And at other times, it feels like the characters are drunk or high and it's crazy. So there's just too much back and forth.
Psychological horror, Lee.
I understand that, but my point is that it's confusing to me as a viewer the way that those are jumping back and forth. I think that if they went with one or the other, it would have been a better choice than having that mixed. It was just confusing because I would be watching it and I would say, okay, it's this type of film. And then it would become this other type of film, but then it would go back to the first type of film. And so I was never quite sure what I was watching. And when I watch a film, I want to be entertained. I want to be able to follow what's going on, even if it's a weird film. I want to sort of understand what's happening in the film. I don't want to be confused because I'm not sure what I watched, as opposed to a film that has an ambiguous ending, or a film that is just really kind of, you interpret it. Like, if that's what it is, that's what it is. But I'm not even sure what The Lighthouse was. I was just confused at the end of watching it. So it's like the difference between going on a roller coaster and be like, wow, that was a rush. And I don't know if I want to do that again. It was so intense. I don't think I could take another ride, versus I went on the roller coaster and I felt really odd, and I didn't feel good, and I'm not even sure what that roller coaster was. That's what the lighthouse was to me. It was just too disorienting.
Real quick on that, Lee. In literature, and this is my actual area of study. There's a common motif that stretches so many texts. It's often said that there's only a handful of plots and motifs, and I tend to agree with that. And what's being explored in the lighthouse, if you want to know what that is, it's I would say it's something thematically, just thematically, not the way it presents, but it's thematically in line with a story like Herman Melville's Moby Dick. And that common theme in literature here is the archetypal descent into madness. And that's why the lighthouse starts off fairly on an even keel and has a lot of moments like that, but it increasingly becomes more unstable, because as those characters are slowly going insane and there's that confinement, they're going insane too. And so the script and the direction invites you to go insane too, which I think is just delicious fun. Lee, I've probably seen that movie a dozen times, and I'll probably watch it more.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've seen those sort of movies that change and they go in weird directions, and I'm not against that. But the way that it worked in The Lighthouse, I just feel that it was the worst of both possible scenarios. It didn't fit together. So, like, if you have a really good chef with bad ingredients, that person could make something that's more than the sum of its parts. I think The Lighthouse was worse off because of that blending. It just didn't work for me. I've seen movies where you don't know what's real and what's imaginary. Not against that in theory. It's not my favorite genre to watch, but if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's sort of like, what would be an example? If you're doing a movie about like a pedophile or like a serial killer or something, you have to do it a certain way or it just doesn't work. Like the Dexter series, for instance, not the weird, he comes back and now there's their prequel where he's like an intern and it's really stupid. But the original like 7-8 seasons of Dexter, it ended really poorly. So just forget that. Sort of like Game of Thrones. It's done in a way that people are constantly being murdered, but it's done in a way that it doesn't get old and it's never cheesy, it's never trivial. They do it in the right way to make it work. But if it had been done in a different way, I can't imagine what it'd be because I've only seen Dexter. It wouldn't work as well. So the execution, it's like someone who does like gymnastics. You could have a routine designed for you by your coach. That's fantastic. But if you don't hit the landing, it doesn't matter what routine you had. And in fact, maybe it would be better to have a less technically difficult routine as a figure skater where you can hit the landing rather than shooting for the stars when you land on your ass. And for me, The Lighthouse landed on its ass. There were parts of the movie I was watching and I really enjoyed. It just didn't come together. But I would never say poor things about The Lighthouse the way I would about Nosferatu, because I did enjoy watching The Lighthouse. I got value from it. I did not get much value from Nosferatu. I was just constantly bored and just not surprised. Just not how I think with the amount of money they spent on that film and the amount of work they clearly spent. The amount of work they clearly accomplished on that film. I would have hoped for a better product than what we got. Just like Wicked, with the amount of money they spent on it and the amount of effort they put into it, I would have thought they would have been at least somewhat faithful to the original movie that everyone knows. And they weren't. Now, maybe that's because it was a Broadway musical, but it didn't make any sense for me. if someone was going to pitch that to me and they came in and said, we're just going to do all of our own stuff, I would say, okay, maybe some people will enjoy this, but couldn't you do a whole bunch of singing? Like basically it's an opera. So an opera is when it's constant singing, and a musical is supposed to be more talking than singing. This felt like an opera when I watched the first 10 minutes, and I had to just stop because I was like, no more, please. Couldn't you do that and still have really cool art direction, but at the same time be somewhat faithful to the original? Oh, you're not interested in doing that. You just want to do completely your own stuff. Okay. Well, that's what I felt from Wicked. So I guess this shows, though, with our director of Nosferatu, is that I'm not against his style. I loved The Witch. I was just sort of okay with The Lighthouse. I really like The Witch. I thought that was a great film. I felt for the character. I felt for the father. I was on the edge of my seat. What's going to happen next? Man, I didn't feel that during Nosferatu.
Lee,
right?
it's my opinion you would like The Northman. I'd say that with some confidence. I do believe you would enjoy The Northman, which is his other film. It's a sort of Viking revenge epic, very much in the plot arc of, say, something like Hamlet. It's really tremendous.
Is Nicole Kidman in that one?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
I
she
think
is.
I
And,
saw that. I saw that on a plane. Someone was watching it next to me, and I saw. Does it end in like a volcano fight? They're like
I
in
can't
fire.
remember
They're
if it's
sword
about
fighting.
It's very epic. I mean, we're talking about Norse type
Yeah, well,
mythology, so it's big.
if Nicole Kidman's in it, I've definitely seen like scenes of that. So, okay, I'll have to check it out. But yeah, I think someone on a plane was sitting next to me, and I remember seeing that. Yeah, okay, all right. Well, thanks for the suggestion. Perhaps I'll try it out. Let's get to a few text messages here, and then we'll talk about if the Supreme Court can overturn an amendment or not. And I saw Shannon wanted to jump back in. So raise your hands now if you want to talk, or request to speak if you want to talk. Really quickly, MC Funk says, I haven't seen the new films, but I did read the book Wicked when it first came out. Oh, okay. So was Wicked based on a book and then it became a musical? The book itself was a pretty dark revisionist history of the Wicked Witch's story, and really only used the original Wizard of Oz as a loose framework for the world it takes place in. Yeah, and if people like that, that's fine. But for me, I would say make a new movie. I only see value with prequels and sequels that respect and take advantage of what they have been given. If they don't, they have to be really good for me to like them. And usually sequels and prequels are not that good. So if it's just good enough, which maybe I never was going to like Wicked because of the nonstop singing and the way the art direction works, but it would have had to have been better than what I experienced for me to find value, when it just gives us the middle finger for people who have seen The Wizard of Oz. And so MC Funk says, because it was only based on a loose framework, if it doesn't fit the original Wizard of Oz movie, he wouldn't see that as much of an issue. And that makes sense. If you go in saying that this is not the Wizard of Oz, then just take it for what it is. And if you like it, you like it. I didn't like it because I didn't think it was entertaining. And then not that it wasn't quality. They certainly, for what it is, it's quality stuff, but I just don't find value in that. And on top of it, not taking advantage of the source material the way that it should. If it's not a remake, it's not a remake. Then that's another reason why I didn't find value in it. It's like someone gives me a taco. Hey, Lee, here's a taco. Wait, isn't this a hamburger? No, it's a taco. Wait, so it's like taco seasoning, taco meat and ingredients, but in a hamburger bun? No. Has a tiny hint of taco flavor and completely different ingredients in between two buns. So you call it a taco, but it's not actually a taco? Yes. We call it a taco, but it's not actually a taco. That's Wicked. And if you like the taste of the quote unquote taco with two hamburger buns, that's great for you. But it's not what I was looking for. And it wasn't good enough for me to really care that much about it. Then Bjorn writes, birthright citizenship can't be overturned without a constitutional amendment. Good luck with that. Well, we found out that's not actually the case. It looks like the Supreme Court could change parts of it by their interpretation, but maybe even that in and of itself is an interpretation. Certainly, you could do it with a constitutional amendment. Bjorn says he can act as if it doesn't exist, then get sued and pay reparations to any babies he kicks out. In addition to wanting to try to change birthright citizenship so it's not a thing, the fact that he has issued an executive order to end it sends a message. So even if all of this is shot down by the courts, which I don't think it will be for a second, if it goes to the Supreme Court, they're going to hear him out, and they might even side with him in some way that they're allowed to. It sends a message, and the message is respect our immigration laws. That's never been the message before. So the fact that he just did it on the first day in and of itself is a victory, I would argue. Then MC Funk writes, the current SCOTUS puts luck on his side and has a habit of just making up a legal framework to justify whatever outcome they want to happen, i.e., major questions doctrine, administrative deference, like Chevron, etc., and ignoring or overturning them to get other outcomes. Yeah. The Supreme Court can do whatever it wants. Once the Supreme Court has a majority and they decide this is the direction we want to go in, every once in a while they won't go in that direction. The Supreme Court has not always done what Trump wanted them to do. Even the conservative heavy Supreme Court says, no, that's a road, that's a bridge too far. Is that the phrase? But they have a general direction. And that's because that's what they want to do. It's not because there's some legal minutia, some legal loophole that they found that allows them to do that. It's because they're the highest authority and they can do whatever they can get the votes for. That's how the courts work. Now, when you have multiple layers, more often there needs to be some legal basis, and mistakes, if you will, can kind of be corrected. But when you're the Supreme Court, or if you're the state Supreme Court and the Supreme Court of the United States won't hear the case, it just ends. And there's nothing higher than the U.S. Supreme Court, so it just ends there. There's nothing more. But as we'll get to now, they are limited. Let me share this ChatGPT over on Twitch and Rumble. No, the U.S. Supreme Court cannot declare a constitutional amendment unconstitutional. Amendments are part of the Constitution itself, which is the highest law of the land. Once an amendment is properly ratified, it becomes an integral part of the Constitution and is not subject to judicial review for its constitutionality, but it can be reviewed for interpretation. That's what we learned earlier from ChatGPT. Amendments supersede prior provisions. So if a new amendment conflicts with an existing part of the Constitution, it effectively overrides or alters the earlier text. The Supreme Court's role is to interpret and apply the Constitution, including any amendments. It does not have the authority to reject amendments that were properly proposed and ratified. However, theoretically, if the amendment process was not followed correctly, the Supreme Court could examine the procedural validity of the amendments. However, that is extremely rare. In practice, constitutional amendments represent the ultimate expression of people's will and cannot be invalidated by the judiciary. All right. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. We've been going 3.5 hours. Happy to continue the conversation. If we have people that can jump in. Shannon, I know we were talking with Nate for a long time about movies. Did you want to, I think I saw your hand up at some point.
Oh, I was going to say, I like the Lighthouse just because I had known of the story before because it comes from a true story. I think that's what it intrigued me more because of the myth of the actual
Is
true
the
story.
true story that they went to the lighthouse and the two guys were dead or missing?
All of them, all three were missing because there's actually 3 guys there at the beginning. The first one dies from a fall trying to get the boat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, trying to
So
get
the
there's a
true story,
but
did they
there's
have bodies or were they just gone?
no, they were just gone.
Okay.
No, they don't know what happened to them, and there were still meals on the table. There were still. It was just one of those mysteries, but it's the 1800s, and anything could have happened, from pirates to them going insane. But yeah, that's what interested me in the Lighthouse was that it came from the myth of a true story. That's what kept me engaged in that movie. I haven't seen Nosferatu or Wicked for that matter. But as for Charlie you're talking about Johnny Depp's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, right?
Yeah, where the Oompa Loompas were a really, really old, like, Indian guy. But that was a remake. So even though I didn't like that, that was a different
But
situation
that was
because they
closer
were
to the
making
book.
an from what I heard, it was in some ways closer to the book
Right.
than the
More
one
than
that
the
most people know. So if you are a fan of the book, then yeah, maybe that's a benefit for you. I just didn't like it as a viewer. I thought it
No.
was too much. Do you say looks over substance? Whatever that phrase is.
Yeah,
I,
no, I'm a fan of the book, but I like Gene Wilder's version much better. If I had to watch them. And the new Wonka, that wasn't too bad, but still not the same.
Now that was the prequel, right?
Yeah, that's when he's a
Is that
aspiring chocolatier.
is that based on a book or was that just invented to match the story?
I think that was just invented to match the story. Or well, it does go into some background in this book, but not as extensively as they make it out to be in the movie. But if I remember correctly from reading the book when I was like 10, but
Offhand, do you know some major differences between Willy Wonka and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory that the book sides with Charlie and the Chocolate Factory over? I've never read the book, so I don't know.
well, you know how the ending in the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory where the children really aren't repaired, like they're the one that got you know, teleported, he's all stretched out in the end, and the children are either killed or not repaired like they are
So
in
I guess I don't remember the movie as
Willy and
well
the
as I
Book.
thought I did.
And,
So
like,
you're saying in Willy Wonka they weren't repaired, or in Charlie they weren't repaired?
in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, they were not repaired. In Willy
Because
Wonka, they are. Because
Charlie
he
and the
says, "Don't
Chocolate
worry,
Factory
these nasty
seems much
children will."
more of like a goofy film. So you're telling me that at the end of that movie, I don't remember. You're telling me at the end of that movie that
Yeah.
it shows the kids are permanently screwed over and it's like sad
Yeah.
because they're not better?
Well, not sad. It's. I mean,
It's just
I
funny.
wouldn't consider it sad, but you should. Yeah, yeah. You see them like the you see this like stretched out kid that's like a Gumby. That's because they put him in the taffy machine to stretch him back out. At the end of I can't remember the others, but that's what I remember most because he's like doing backflips and stuff because
So
he's all stretchy and has no joints anymore.
in the book, was that also done in a funny way, or was it a little bit more serious that these kids were screwed because they didn't follow the rules?
Yeah, but I was young when I read that book, so it was much more scarier. The only part that scared me in the original Willy Wonka with Gene Wilder was when they were going through the tunnel and they like show
Dark
that
boat
chicken head
ride.
getting cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that scared me. Nothing else in the movie scared me. But the book,
Now, at the end of
oh,
Charlie, don't they put their house in the factory?
no, he lands in the house. He like destroys their house in the end of the.
I thought at the end of
And then they
Charlie
all
and the
go with
Chocolate
it.
Factory, they put their old house inside the factory. So they're still living there, but it's inside the factory. I guess I haven't seen it in a long time. I was really young when I saw it.
Yeah, I think the glass elevator like lands on their roof or something, and it like collapses the roof, and then they all go live at the factory at Charlie and the
I
Chocolate
heard, is there a book just about the glass elevator?
Yes.
I heard that at some point. I thought that would be kind of cool because that was a pretty nice invention there. But okay, so whatever the case, so Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is a bit different than what I said earlier, where I said if it's more connected to the source material, I'm just automatically more predisposed to like it more. I hadn't read the book, so I guess that didn't matter for me. But in theory, I like something that's closer to the source material because otherwise, just make a different movie and don't call it something that's related to the book. But I thought Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was so goofy. You know, if I were a kid today, I'd much rather watch Charlie and the Chocolate Factory than Willy Wonka because it's much more geared to young people. I thought Willy Wonka is a movie that people of all ages can appreciate. And in fact, if you're too young, you might not be able to enjoy it that much other than just the Oompa Loompa parts.
No, I liked all the songs from it, even,
Oh, yeah, sorry, like when they all
Willy
sing, like,
Wonka.
"I Want It Now" or something like that. But I thought, like,
Yeah.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, it's sort of like, have you ever been to a kids museum? Like, I can't enjoy a kids museum as an adult, but just like if you're a kid, it's probably hard to go to, like, a real museum for adults. I thought Charlie and
Right.
the Chocolate Factory is like a kids museum as a movie. It's just like, "Ooh, look at this and look at that," but there's not a lot of substance there.
Right. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that. Yeah. No, I didn't like Johnny Depp as Willy Wonka, but I'm biased because I liked the other one. But it wasn't close. The Gene Wilder version wasn't as close to the book as Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was. But yeah, there's also Charlie.
Shannon, Depp's performance makes him sound like that version of Willy Wonka is not allowed within 300 feet of a school.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
very
no, that's a
creepy
good
in it.
point.
Yes. But yeah, there's Charlie in the Great Glass Elevator too, which takes place
That would be the book, yeah. My
after
favorite part
he inherits the Chocolate Factory.
of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was they walk past an area of the factory and they're like, "Oh, what's that?" "Oh, it's the puppet burn units." Because the puppets were always
Yes.
like catching on fire. I thought that was the only funny part of the movie. Yeah. Okay, good movie talk that we're moving into. It's News Debate. I'm Nick. So I think the only thing we haven't talked about that I think is worth talking about, we talked about birthright citizenship. We've talked about January 6th pardons on a previous show. I don't know if there's anything else we need to add there. We've talked about immigration a lot on previous shows. Let's talk about the Biden pardons. What do people think about the Biden pardons? I'm going to read this from the AP. Well, actually, I can play a video, I think, from the AP. Yeah, there's a video here. Let me do that.
President Joe Biden on Monday issued pardons for Dr. Anthony Fauci, retired General Mark Milley, and members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol in an extraordinary use of the powers of the presidency in his final hours. And with just minutes before he left office, Biden also pardoned his siblings and their spouses, saying his family had been, quote, subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, motivated solely by a desire to hurt me. Biden's decision comes after Donald Trump warned of an enemies list filled with those who have crossed him politically or sought to hold him accountable for his attempt to overturn his 2020 election loss and his role in the storming of the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. The pardons have been the subject of heated debate for months at the highest levels of the White House, as it is customary for a president to grant clemency at the end of his term, but those acts of mercy are usually offered to Americans who have been convicted of crimes. The heads of the January 6th committee say they're grateful for the decision by Biden to pardon them, quote, not for breaking the law, but for upholding it. Fauci helped coordinate the nation's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and angered Trump when he resisted Trump's untested public health notions. Milley, a former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has called Trump a fascist and has detailed Trump's conduct around the deadly January 6th insurrection.
All right, so that's from AP. Shannon or Nate or anybody else who's listening over on Twitter Spaces, once again, boo me, boo Lee, I'm an idiot. I didn't plug in my device for stereo. There were a lot more messages that I wanted to play. We're having a bit of a fight with Blue Matter. Appreciated the pushback. Completely my fault. So it's been 0 days since Lee made an ass of himself by not plugging in a device. That's completely my fault. Normally we'll simulcast a stereo. Shannon or Nate or anybody else who wants to request to speak over on Twitter, what do you think about the Biden pardons?
I know he did what? Members of his family, Milley, Bird, and
Let me read
Fauci.
here from the AP. Dr. Anthony Fauci, retired General Mark Milley, members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol, and members of his family, not including Hunter, I think, because he already gave that
He already
huge pardon
pardoned
of
him.
Hunter. Yeah.
The January 6th people, yeah, I think or the ones that investigated
committee.
January 6th. Yeah, and Bird, I believe, yes, he should have done that just because Trump had talked about retaliation. Because they had already been found innocent through the congressional hearings anyways, but I wouldn't trust Trump not to use his position for political gain by...
Well, but
Right,
also
'cause
a
I think
congressional
we're-
committee is not a court of law. So just like if
Correct.
someone is found to commit crimes against Congress, whatever it's called, who's the guy who was kicked out?
Franken?
No, Franken was forced to resign.
Okay.
Sorry, that he's like Latino. He like was taking his supporters credit cards and like charging them for
The one from Long Island there.
whatever it was. He like
my
does
God, yeah.
cameo videos now. You can like pay a couple $100 and they'll send you a video. So he was never convicted of a crime. He was kicked out of Congress. I believe he faces charges, but those are two very different things. So no congressional hearing finds anyone innocent of criminal charges.
George Santos.
Yes, Santos. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, but like I could see why Bird shot the woman going through the window with a bunch of rioters behind her. I could see Trump trying to push for his incarceration or trial, or any of the members that defied him and doing it as political retribution. So on those, I can agree. I mean, he did a ton of them. Did he do like 1,500 or something? Didn't he do like?
Are you talking about January 6th pardons?
No. Biden. Like I know he did Pelletier. I know he did.
Oh, you mean overall? The most recent ones from Monday were not that many.
I thought there were. And he could.
Let me
Talked
find an
about the other ones,
updated
and he
list.
commuted.
I didn't think it was that many on Monday. I thought Monday was more targeted.
Trying to see how many.
But when you add all of his pardons at any time, plus the commutations, yeah, it's easily into the thousands.
Yeah, because those were just the preemptive pardons, not the ones he commuted or pardoned in general.
4 days ago, this is from CBS News, Biden set a presidential record. He commuted almost 2,500 sentences. And what about pardons? Maybe ChatGPT, as ChatGPT used to be kind of like it was stupid. It only had like up to like 2019 or 2020 or 2021. But I've been asking ChatGPT a lot of questions lately, and it has up-to-date information. How many pardons did Joe Biden do before he left the White House yesterday? Okay, let's see here. Sharing ChatGPT now. Before leaving office on January 20th, President Joe Biden issued a significant number of pardons and commutations. In his final hours, he granted 65 pardons and commuted the sentences of nearly 2,500 individuals. So this is a total number because he did not do 2,500 commutations on Monday. So I think this is an overall number. It says 65 pardons and nearly 2,500 commutations.
Yeah,
because the
it's
2,500 commutations is being reported from 4 days ago, so that was definitely before Monday.
yeah. I was just thinking. You're right. Yeah, I didn't. It wasn't just yesterday, but yeah, over the last week or so, he's done
This is from the New York Times.
quite
Mr.
a bit.
Biden's action pardoned James Biden, his brother, Sarah Biden, James' wife, Valerie Biden, Owens, Mr. Biden's sister, John T. Owens, his sister's husband, and Francis Biden, his brother. That was announced less than 20 minutes left in his presidency. And then, of course, also included in that was Fauci and that general and stuff like that.
He did Cheney too, right? Liz Cheney.
I believe, yeah. I haven't seen that any in the stories that we've read, but I saw Liz Cheney elsewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
She was part of that.
the January
she was
6th
part of the
committee,
committee,
right?
so that's why she would have been
Yeah.
rolled into that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot. I don't remember any president doing that many. I mean, just whether commuting or pardoning, but
Here's my
within the last
question.
week or so, not just. I don't know what it, because Trump can't overturn Biden's like commuting the sentences of the death row inmates, right? He can't overturn those.
I don't think so. My question is, and one, yeah, if you're commuted, you're
Because
not.
I mean, just because he reinstated the
innocent.
death penalty for federal
Oh,
inmates,
but
so
that would be under him though. So I think
right. So it's anyone convicted that wasn't pardoned after, right? So or the
guess
two
it's
that
a little
didn't get
confusing.
pardoned or didn't not pardoned, commuting their sentences.
But even if also if someone was pardoned, if somehow that happened. But so my question is that I understand the value of they're afraid that Trump's going to go after them. But isn't that what the legal system is for? So what Joe Biden is telling us by pardoning his family members, by pardoning members of the January 6th committee, by pardoning Anthony Fauci, he's saying that the U.S. justice system cannot be trusted.
I didn't take it that way. I took it that Trump couldn't be trusted. But I see your point.
Aren't they the same thing? He's saying now that under President Trump, you cannot trust the U.S. justice system.
Correct. That is exactly what he's saying.
So I just want to make sure that we're on the same
but
page.
I mean,
It
the
sounds
first
like
thing
we
he
are.
comes
One second.
in-
So it sounds like we
Oh,
are.
okay.
So he's
Yeah.
saying you can't trust the justice system. So now anything that happens over the next 4 years, there's a question mark. It's like when Barry Bonds hits all the home runs and gets the record. Like, well, there's a little asterisk maybe in the record book because everybody knows he was juicing, that sort of a thing. So if you are a politician of any party, if you're anything, and you get convicted of something or you don't get convicted of something, he's telling us that we can't trust the justice system. We can't trust the courts.
Right. And Trump proved that by going in. I mean, I can understand
How
pardoning
did
some
Trump
of the
prove
January
that?
6th by pardoning the. I can understand pardoning some of the January 6th people that didn't cause damage or trespassing or shit like that. But when you take the ones that were convicted of seditious conspiracy and weapons charges and all that.
One second, Shannon. So
Pardon
Joe
them.
Biden commuted the sentence of a judge who sold kids to private prison for kickbacks. Yeah, for kickbacks. That's the term. And
Oh, I didn't know
one
he did
of
that.
those kids
I wasn't aware of that
then
one.
committed suicide after the fact. That was one of the 2,500 commutations. So
I wasn't aware of that one.
Well, you should be. That seems like a
No,
self-fulfilling
you're right.
prophecy.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I should have known about that one, but I didn't.
That's
I
strange. I thought
definitely-
we talked about that on a show that you were part of. I guess not, but we did talk about it on the show at some point
We
recently.
did talk about some pardons. Yeah, we talked about God, who he had. Oh, we did. That we had talked about the that he had commuted the sentences of the last one I was involved in. We had talked about the commuting of the sentences of the federal death row prisoners.
Yeah, not all of them, because he didn't.
No,
commute the
I don't
sentence
think
for, like,
I
the
don't
Boston
remember us going
bomber,
into.
or one or two others, but most
Yeah, there was like
people,
3 that
yeah.
he didn't, but there was like it was 37 out of 40 that he commuted the sentence.
So I'm hard pressed to give Trump any criticism when Joe Biden not pardoned but commuted the sentence of, so the guy was under house arrest because he was let out of jail during COVID. His victims mostly are still alive. At least one committed suicide. He let him out of prison, and he received a light sentence for sending kids to jail for money. None of this is debatable. This happened.
Oh no, I believe you. I 100% believe you.
So when that is what Joe Biden did, I'm not going to be too critical of pardoning people on January 6th. Did any of them sell kids to prisons? No? Oh, okay. So they
I don't know.
damaged Congress. None of them killed anybody.
No, but they did. I mean, they're supposed to be the Back the Blue Party. I mean, but they did.
But I'm not talking
definitely
about.
injure policemen.
I'm not talking about being hypocrites. I'm talking about once you once you commute the sentence of someone who sold children to prisons, unless you pardon someone who murdered someone on January 6th, I'm not. I feel like that scale is tilting on the Biden commutes the sentence of a judge who sold children to prisons.
I don't know.
I challenge you or
I believe you
anyone
that he
else
did.
to find
just don't know the
me a
whole.
pardon from January 6th that reaches that level. I'd be interested to see it because I don't know if it exists. But the thing you said is that Trump proves that the justice system doesn't work. No, that's not what that is. He's giving them special treatment. The justice system worked. It sent these people to prison or gave them whatever, sentence they got, and they didn't go. If you didn't have a prior criminal record and you busted into Congress, I could imagine you don't go to jail automatically. You probably would have had to have done certain things. He pardoned them. That doesn't mean the justice system doesn't work. So Joe Biden is telling us the justice system cannot be trusted for at least the next 4 years because he's not allowing people to face the justice system. It's not a foregone conclusion that Anthony Fauci is going to jail, that his family members are going to jail. He's just pardoning them so you can't even try.
True. But with him, he hasn't proven that he would take retribution, but he has said he would.
See, but here's the thing. What does retribution mean? If you can convict someone of a crime, is that retribution?
Well, I mean, the way he phrases it, his
the way
political.
he phrases it, but Joe Biden is not protecting them from verbiage. He's protecting them from prosecution. So
correct.
if you're protecting someone from prosecution, first off, you would assume that means they did something that they could be prosecuted for, and they did something that is so conclusive that they would lose that legal battle.
But just we talked about Hunter before, but I don't know. That was a hard one because I can see where Trump has said he would, try to do these things. But I can see your point too, where
Trump has said everything. He's basically said
anything
other than "I'll kill them in their sleep." He hasn't said that, but he said basically everything else. But it's still using a tool that.
Right. I can see where you're coming from too.
Until yesterday was supposed to be one that was legitimate and we were supposed to respect. Right. So just
wait. Who's his new AG? Is that going to be Is that Rubio? No, Rubio's.
That's a lady. It's a blonde lady, right?
Oh yeah.
It was supposed to be what's his name?
Was she confirmed or was it?
She will be if she has. Already. I know Rubio was confirmed, but
right,
stay with me,
yeah.
Shannon. Formulate your thoughts.
I was just wondering what
something.
she said because. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to Apostate Nate's been waiting patiently, and I'm trying to not leave people waiting for like 25 minutes. So figure out what you're going to say. Want to hear it, value it. But Apostate Nate, you've been waiting patiently.
Lee, one line that I hear repeatedly from the left in particular right now, and this is a very sort of calm, wistful line, and that's Joe Biden is a good man. I don't think he is. Number one, I think it's very difficult to make it that far in politics and be a good person. I'm not saying that it's not possible. I just don't think that it happens very often. Joe Biden, as far as I can tell, is and was just another good old boy politician who just went with the winds of the time. I don't really find him to be motivating. I don't find him to be stirring. I really think most people who voted for him were really voting against the alternative. That's my opinion. I just don't know that anybody's gotten super excited about the guy.
So
Lee.
since you and I kind of share an opinion on how unimpressive Joe Biden is when you really get down to it, I'm not talking about his life as a politician. He's like a career politician. That's pretty impressive. But just what he does for me as a liberal person, I'm not impressed. It's really bold to say he's not a good person. I think I generally support that idea. But I would say genuinely not a good person is also a way to describe Trump. So I kind of want there to be another way to describe Joe Biden. But generally, I think we're on the same page. So as you and I are not huge fans of Biden, what do you think about him pardoning family members, Anthony Fauci, January 6th committee members, a general, like 20 minutes before he's not president again?
I don't know. Two things pop into my mind. One is, why do you need a pardon if you didn't do it? But two, and I think Biden is looking at the ferocity with which the new administration is, they're hitting the ground running. And I think he senses rabid hatred towards Fauci in particular. And I think Joe Biden's given a big middle finger to the people who want to prosecute him. That's what I think. I truly think this is a preemptive. I think if the hate for Fauci weren't so white hot, this wouldn't be an issue.
So what I want to see happen from now on is that this becomes the norm, because while Donald Trump is certainly like no other candidate from either party and not a candidate like any Republican that we've seen in my lifetime, he's really doing things that most Republicans can get behind, not Greenland. Although John McCain's daughter, was she on The View or something? She came out, from what I read, she supports taking back the Panama Canal. So even like maverick Republicans' kids are kind of okay with that one. The vast majority of things Trump says is, to boil it down, I think Republicans stand for, and then there's a bunch of weird stuff in there because he's Trump. But what's most important about Trump is that he does what he wants to do. Democrats have a problem of not doing that. Republicans do that more often than Democrats, but wow, Trump does bring it up 25,000%. Yet, with that being the case, when we talk about a record for pardons and commutations, we're not talking about Trump's first term. When we talk about last minute, 20 minutes before you're not the president again, pardons and commutations, we're not talking about Trump's first term. We're talking about Joe Biden, who's a boring, middle of the road Republican, like Hillary Clinton, like Kamala Harris, like Barack Obama, who could have accomplished much more if he had been more Trump-like, except he was even Trumpier than Trump when it came to pardons and commutations. So I would like Trump to not invent this, but just to take it from Joe Biden, and this should be the norm. So since we can't trust the opposing party with the justice system, every president who comes in with the previous president being from the opposite party, or maybe even if it's the same party, because, well, eventually the Democrats will get in power again, or eventually the Republicans will get in power again, you should pardon your entire family, and a bunch of people that are around you and or were connected to things that happened during your presidency. I refuse to believe that even under Donald Trump, Anthony Fauci, Liz Cheney, members of Biden's family would not have had ample opportunity to defend themselves in a court of law. I refuse to believe that in any way. Joe Biden's son is a felon who's now been pardoned, but a felon because he committed felonies. Was he charged with them and pursued because of who he was? Yeah, probably. But he still committed felonies. Was Donald Trump charged with 34 felonies in the District of Manhattan because of who he was? Absolutely. But he still committed those crimes. He's a felon because he's guilty. So if Anthony Fauci could have been a felon without a pardon, I think it's because he's guilty of a felony. So I just hope that Donald Trump remembers this, and I assume he will. Unlike Joe Biden, his brains are not oozing out of his ears. And he pardons and commutes. Well, I don't know if he'll be into, well, actually, he just, the January 6th things were a combination of pardons and commutations. So I guess he's already on track to beat Joe Biden's record, and that's great. I want each president to pardon and commute more people than the previous one. And we don't have Trump to blame for that. We have Joe Biden to blame for that. This is a new arms race, because if you cannot trust the justice system under Trump, you can't trust it under the next Democrat. You can't trust it. You're telling me that Marco Rubio's Justice Department would be much different than the one under Trump? Sure, the verbiage would be rather different, but the end result. You're telling me Marco Rubio doesn't support all of Trump's conservative Supreme Court justice picks thus far, and any that he might be lucky enough to get in the next 4 years? Democrats are really afraid of Trump's speech pattern. And yes, his threats, clearly he makes real targeted threats against specific people and groups of people. But how that plays out with the Justice Department? I don't know. Trump himself, not the federal Justice Department, but from the District of Manhattan, which are 34 felonies, he was targeted because of who he was, not the crime that he committed, but because of who he was, just like Hunter Biden. At least the gun charge was certainly because of who he was. I'm trying to think of what other felonies he has. Was he a felony because of tax? Was he a felon because of tax evasion? I don't know, something about his taxes. Hunter Biden's also a real piece of shit. But you can imagine that if he wasn't the president's son and he was just some rich guy, maybe would be less of a felon than he was before he was pardoned by his dad. So we have two very clear instances where targeting took place under two different presidencies from two different parties. So I just hope this becomes a norm. Is that okay, Shannon? Does that make sense that this should just be the norm? Trump should pardon
absolutely.
all of his family members?
I don't know why he would need to pardon all his family. I mean, like his sister, about them. So I don't know what he's pardoning them for. I mean, I've heard all the stories about Hunter and Burisma and kickbacks and stuff like that, but I haven't heard it from any other members. I mean, maybe there is. I mean, have you heard anything about any of his other family members? I mean, I've only ever heard of,
what's
Hunter.
really funny? Was Jill Biden included in this? Shouldn't you
I don't
pardon
know.
your wife?
For what? Being a teacher? I don't know what you would.
No, but my point is, if you're going to pardon
No,
your
you're right.
sister
Yeah,
and
yeah,
your
absolutely.
sister's husband, shouldn't you pardon the person who's your partner in life?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I had never heard of them before. I didn't even know that he pardoned the other members of the I'd only heard, all about Hunter and Burisma and all that stuff, but I never heard any other members of his family being included in being prosecuted. Or even, that they did something, they might have done something related to, but
Well, what he said is that none of the pardons were about guilt. It was just about protecting them.
yeah, I guess I just find it weird because it was just something that I understand, Hunter. I just hadn't heard any stories about. I understand what you're saying too. But you're right. It's weird that he didn't include Jill if everyone else is.
So here's an exact
included in the-
list: Dr. Anthony
Yeah.
Fauci, General Mark Milley, members of the House Select Committee on the January 6th attack, which includes Liz Cheney and Chairman Benny Thompson, U.S. Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police officers who testified before the January 6th Select Committee, family members, his siblings, and their spouses. So his family members, his brother, his sister, and then their husband and wife. Nothing about, well, he only has Hunter. Does he have a daughter too?
Yes.
So not his daughter, not his wife, but his brother, sister, their spouses, and previously Hunter. Also Leonard Peltier.
Pelletier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Native
He was
American
a Native
activist,
American.
yeah, whose life sentence was commuted to home imprisonment. Okay, so not pardoned, but he was commuted. Yeah.
Yeah. That's been God, they've been trying to, the Native American community's been pushing for that since like at least Obama, if not before.
Take that, Obama. I don't know. If I was Jill Biden, I know we're talking about how I thought that maybe Barack and Michelle were going to get divorced, but I don't know. I'd be a little pissed off at my husband or like his poor daughter. What if she committed like tax fraud that he doesn't know about or something?
What if she jaywalked? No, I don't think.
No, so seriously though, think about this,
No,
because Trump is the big bad boogeyman, right? So can't go after Biden. Oh, did he pardon himself? He didn't pardon himself. He can go after
He did
Biden.
not. Yeah.
He can go after Biden's daughter, who's not the crack addicted child, and he can go after Biden's wife. Those are pretty good targets, right?
Yes.
So what did he really stop Trump from doing?
Or his grandchildren either.
Does Hunter have kids, or his daughter
Yeah,
have kids?
yes.
Oh.
I think they both do.
Oh God, I hope Hunter doesn't have kids. That's terrible.
Oh yes, he does. I think he has like 2 or 3.
Yeah, of course he
Not
does.
that he's a good father, but yeah.
So just, I don't know. It's just like, all we have to go
Yeah,
on is
that's
what
weird
he
that he
tells
didn't-
us. But it's just like, if you're so afraid of Trump, which I get it, Trump has literally said he's going to go after groups of people and even specific people. I get it. There is a fear there. Yet you don't protect 2 people who could not be any closer to you, your wife and your daughter. So doesn't it make
Well, I
you
guess-
think that there are reasons why he pardoned
Yeah, I guess
his
there's a
brother and
reason
sister?
for James Biden. I guess congressional Republicans have pressed incoming Justice Department to bring charges against James Biden for lying to Congress as part of the impeachment inquiry into the outgoing president and his family. I didn't know that his brother testified in front of Congress.
I guess that's the reason, but I don't know. If you just it's like when Biden commuted those death sentences, and it was like the vast majority of them, except for the Boston bomber and some other horrible people. He made some comment about being against the death penalty and how the death penalty wasn't a good thing, but clearly he doesn't believe that, because he let 3 or so people like still get the death penalty. It hasn't happened yet, but he's like okay with that. So he's clearly not against the death penalty, right? Like that's what that tells us.
Right. For his family members, their pardon warrant specifically says any nonviolent offenses against the United States which may have been committed or taken part in during the period from January 1st, 2014 through the date of this pardon. So
even further than his presidency, way back there.
yeah, 2014. That, God, was that? No, that was Obama, right? 2014.
Trump would have been 20. Yeah, that would have been
16,
Obama,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
That would have been mid of second term Obama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So clearly not against the death penalty, and he just wanted to send a message while still being okay for the death penalty. He might not be death penalty #1 fan, but he's not against the death penalty, right? It's like you're pro-life, but these people can get abortions. You're not really pro-life, right? Democrats would call that out. If you're a conservative Republican and you get your secretary pregnant, and then it turns out you told her to get an abortion, they'd be like, well, you see that? You're not really pro-life. You're a hypocrite. Well, Biden's a hypocrite about being against the death penalty. But okay, so we push that aside. He's so afraid of Trump, he has to protect the people around him. That's what he tells us. No one committed any crimes. I'm just going to protect these people. Doesn't protect his wife. Doesn't protect his daughter. So it's not really about protecting the people around you. It's about protecting specific people because they did this, or this. Like they gave testimony. Okay, he's not saying they're guilty. So why didn't he just tell us that? Why didn't they say, I'm protecting these people because they engaged in these actions, which were testifying in front of Congress or whatever it was? Instead, he just says, I'm protecting my family. Like, it's not exactly that, right? So my question with Biden, why isn't he just telling us things? Why is he always telling us things that turn out to not be true? Is there a value there?
Right. No. I mean, if they did something, then he should have said, this is why I'm pardoning them, not just I'm only pardoning these members of my family, but not these members of my family. It just seems kind of weird.
Yeah, like, so it says potentially politically motivated prosecutions. That's what ChatGPT says, as in the gist. I'm sure we could find like some actual comments. Okay, here we go. This is from the AP. So from the AP, the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense. Our nation owes these public servants a debt of gratitude for their tireless commitment to our country. So that's like the January 6th committee, the general, probably Dr. Fauci. If we can find something about his family. He's using, the AP writes, he's using this power in the broadest and most untested way possible to pardon those who have not yet even been investigated. Once again,
Right.
you can't trust the courts to even have an investigation. His decision lays the groundwork for an even more expansive use of pardons by Trump and future presidents. Absolutely, they should. He has started it. Let me see if there's something.
Well, two of the prisoners that Biden commuted are trying to fight it. They want the death penalty.
Oh, I think I saw, what was it? Trying to think. Someone said, yeah, I read somewhere someone said if they accept, it might have been it was the death penalty people. One person said if they accept the clemency, their case becomes less interesting for appeal because they're not going to die. Is that what you saw? I think I read that somewhere, that someone was like, no, I don't want to die, but we think we have a really good case for appeal, and I won't get a new trial if I'm not on death row, something like that.
Yeah, I'm just reading it now. I was looking up the three that were left on death row. One was the Boston Marathon bomber, and the other two were mass shooters. That just. But yeah, these two. But they're saying they have no authority to reject the commutation of their sentence.
Yeah, yeah. Whatever it was, I thought I read
So
that, but it's interesting.
yeah, there's two that rejected it, but I guess we'll see what happens with that. And I was looking up who actually has been confirmed in Trump's cabinet, and only Mark Rubio has. The
Yeah, I
others have
saw
had hearings,
Rubio
but they
has.
haven't voted on that. Yeah, that's the only one that's been approved so far. But I don't think that's abnormal, right? Because they just came in on the 3rd, so.
I'm not sure what the timeline is. I guess you just have interims. I would have expected in theory that everybody would be set for the new administration, but if only one has been approved, clearly that's not the case.
I wonder, would they just be temporary until they're actually confirmed? Because you can't
Yeah, they probably just have
not
acting,
have heads of
so
those
some sort of
companies, right? Yeah,
employee.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that, but yeah, I can see what you're saying. Absolutely. He should have said either they did commit crimes or include everyone in his family, not just
Yeah, so this is
his
what this
brother
is
or his
another
sister.
AP article. The one I had previously didn't have specifics about his family. Biden pardoned his siblings and his spouses on Monday, saying his family had been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats motivated solely by a desire to hurt me, the worst kind of partisan politics, except his daughter and his wife. Unfortunately, I have no reason to believe these attacks will end. His attorney general pick, Pam Bondi, that blonde lady, told lawmakers during her confirmation hearing last week that the department would not prosecute anyone for political purposes. But she refused to rule out potential investigations into Trump adversaries. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
why
she
would
refused
you?
to say
You
that
can
Trump lost
investigate.
2022.
Say that again?
She refused to say that Trump lost 2020 as well.
Oh, well, join the list of people who still haven't said
Well,
that.
yeah.
Blanket pardons for his brother James and his wife Sarah, his sister Valerie, and her husband John Owens and his brother Francis. This says blanket pardons. So yeah, it's just you said it was for non-violent crimes. This says blanket pardons.
I was reading off the actual warrant, though. The actual pardon warrant that
Yeah,
was issued.
the AP could have just made a mistake, but blanket pardons, maybe that
Yeah.
means just blanket amounts of time. But blanket pardons to me as just a lay person would mean like any offense under a
Right. It
certain
would mean,
amount of
yeah,
time.
it could be murder or, yeah, that's how I would interpret it too if I read it that way.
Yeah, and I'm seeing what you said earlier. James Biden was accused by Republican lawmakers of making false statements to Congress. So that's a specific one, sure. But his wife and then Biden's sister and her husband. I don't know. I mean, show me a specific person connected to Donald Trump, as in like someone Trump wanted to see go down, who was not guilty of a crime they were convicted of. I'll wait. Can you show me one?
I can't.
So right now, the Republicans are saying there was a $200,000 wire transfer regarding James and Joe Biden. And they're saying, like, what is this? And whether or not that's a legitimate line of inquiry, they're just saying, like, what is this? Aha, you lied to Congress. So he did,
I
and
remember
he
the
could get
story now.
convicted, or he did not, and he wouldn't get convicted, right?
I do remember that story now. This is a few years old when he testified. Now that you said the amount, yeah, he gave a loan, or Biden gave him a loan, but it was paid back within 6 weeks. But because it was like he gave it the loan December, but then it went over to January. It was
Whatever,
something
whatever the
weird.
situation is
Yeah.
that he either committed a crime or he didn't. So, if we
It
had
didn't
really
sound
good
like a crime to me,
examples,
but
well, whatever the case though, but if we had really
yeah,
good examples of people that Trump was like, aha, get them, and they were convicted, and it's like, did they actually do it? Like, no one's arguing that Hunter Biden wasn't guilty of those crimes, right? And no one's
right.
arguing, who's not crazy, that Trump was not guilty of those crimes. It's just the targeting was the problem. So it's not actually the Justice Department that Biden doesn't seem to have faith in. It's the fact that people will be targeted for crimes that they did commit. That's his real fear, right?
I, yeah, I mean, or would be found convicted for what he believes aren't crimes. I guess he doesn't want them to go through the stress of possibly getting a
Sure.
trial or
And I can understand that. Like, certainly going through all that stuff, I can only imagine. But that seems like a less convincing argument, that he's like, oh, I don't want them to go through the stress of having to defend themselves. He was making the case, from what I've read of his words and from what I understand, he's making the case that they will be prosecuted and possibly convicted, rather than, oh, they'll clearly be innocent in court, but we just don't want to put them through that. Now, maybe that's a small change in narrative, but I think that's an important change in narrative. Just like if he had said, I'm for the death penalty, but only in the worst circumstances. That's not the messaging we got when he commuted nearly all of the federal death row inmates. It was that I'm against the death penalty. But that's not really what he stands for. He's not really against the death penalty. Just like I would argue, he's not really trying to protect people from the trauma, which is real trauma. I can understand how shitty that must be. He's not really trying to protect people from the trauma of having to defend themselves in criminal court. He's not really trying to, I'm confused myself. Yeah, he's not really trying to prevent people from the trauma of going through criminal court, as I just said. I think he's worried about people being convicted for crimes they committed, even if they're only charged because of who they are, which is a very different thing. Because if you're guilty, you're guilty. I'm less worried about why you were targeted.
Yeah, because I was trying to think about what you asked. Like, Trump, has he ever? I mean, besides what he says, has he ever gone after anyone? And he's only ever, like, he said he was going to prosecute Hillary, but he never did.
There was an investigation and no charges.
Well, I mean, wasn't the investigation prior to Trump? But they didn't do
when
any
they were going against each other, and then that tall FBI director, he reopened the investigation right before the election.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, but I mean,
and then Trump fired him, right?
Right. Yeah. Was that Ray? Christopher Ray? No, maybe not.
I can't remember.
That was
Just
prior.
a really tall dude.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the only one that I could ever think that he said he was going to prosecute. But off the top of my head, from his first term.
It's just a small change in messaging, but I think it's the really important one, is that Biden, once again, is not worried about preventing people trauma when they're clearly innocent. He's worried about them being convicted, but only charged because of who they are, which is not really a positive message you want to give out there for pardoning your family members and other people. So the AP writes, other presidents have pardoned family members, but those were for specific criminal convictions. Bill Clinton pardoned his brother for drug charges after he had served his sentence, so he just wiped his record. Trump pardoned Charles Kushner, who now is going to be the ambassador to France, was it? The father of Jared Kushner, his son-in-law?
Yep. Yeah, he's going to be the ambassador, or nominated for ambassador to France right now.
I don't know. It's just this is why when Apostate Nate a moment ago was talking about how Joe Biden is not a good person, I'm sort of on that train as well. But that's how that would be like my first way to describe Trump. Lee, how would you describe Trump? He's not a good person. He's a really shitty guy. So if that's how I describe Trump, I'm not crazy about Biden falling under the same umbrella, because I don't think they're similar at all in that respect. But I'm really sympathetic to putting Joe in in the same pool as Trump, because you can't trust a thing you can't trust, too many T's, a thing that Trump tells you. I don't know that you can trust anything Biden tells you lately either. And that's sad, because it just makes the Democrats more like the Republicans, and then people just get pissed off and they want to vote for someone who's going to blow it up. And once again, my vote over on the stereo poll before I didn't plug in my device and it died, I think Trump's done a crazy good job not judging on what he's trying to accomplish, but for what he has done in just 1 to 2 days and the lead up after he won the election, A++. I crave being able to vote for a Democrat who's a tenth of the asshole that Donald Trump is. Imagine what they could accomplish.
Did he pardon Mueller? Because that was one of the ones that Trump was going to go after too, right?
Is there an E in there? How do you spell that? M-U?
M-U-E-L-L-E-R.
I don't think so. He convicted people who were convicted. He pardoned people who were convicted as part of the special counsel investigation. You're asking if Mueller himself was pardoned?
Yeah, I would. Well, I wondered if, because Trump has said in the past that he was going to go after Mueller. So I wondered if Biden pardoned him too. I would, because that's one of the,
so all I can see is old articles from like 4 years ago where people that were convicted from the investigation were pardoned, but nothing about the new pardon. Yeah, so once again, it's not about pardoning people that Trump has literally said he would go after. It's about pardoning certain people that Trump has gone after verbally and said things about. But there are other high-profile people who fit that same bill, or people who are just very close to Biden who have not been pardoned at all.
Right. No, you're correct. It doesn't make sense if he's saying one thing and doing another.
Just like, to wrap this around, Shannon, just like it makes no sense that Michelle Obama was not at Jimmy Carter's funeral and was not at the inauguration. It makes no sense. They don't like each other anymore. I'm calling it.
I disagree, but we'll see in the future.
Is your best idea that you don't think that they're having marital problems? That's the word, right? Marital problems, but that she just doesn't like Trump. That's the best one you have to explain both of those absences. I think that could maybe work for the
I can't explain the Carter
yeah.
I can't explain the Carter funeral at all whatsoever. Zero.
Why don't we make a bet here? What's the next time we're going to see Michelle and Barack Obama together for an extended amount of time in public?
2026.
That's a good bet, because I don't think they have been seen in public together, right? Since before the Carter thing?
No, I've seen pictures of, I've seen pictures of them on, like paddleboarding and vacationing together and stuff. I've seen those
banging
pictures.
in the bushes.
No, in like their I don't know if it was a graduation or a prom or something with the kids. But I don't know about any public. I don't know what they would have for public appearance. Because would Democrats really have anything public before 2020, late 2025 for the 2026 elections?
Let's see. This will be a really, really interesting test of ChatGPT. ChatGPT is astounding. Do you remember when I first started using this on the show? I had to be like, oh, I can't ask it something about that because it doesn't have knowledge past 2018 or 2019. And then I used to be surprised. I was like, oh, it has updated statistics on this, this, and this. And now, as it shows here, it has updated information like to the minute. And it has these little tabs you can hold on, and it links you to like a news article or some sort of other source for information. If you click on that, it sends you directly there. So, and then it lists the sources at the bottom that it uses. It's fantastic. Oh man, people who are afraid of ChatGPT, idiots. Okay. As of January 22nd, 2025, there have been no public appearances of Michelle and Barack Obama together since Michelle Obama's absence from Jimmy Carter's funeral on January 9th. Michelle was reportedly in Hawaii during the funeral due to a scheduling conflict. Oh, yes. I can imagine reading that memo. It's like, yeah, guys, I have a schedule to keep with a martini and a rowboat here on the island of Honolulu. Sorry, I'm not going to make it. Additionally, Michelle did not attend Trump's inauguration, with her office providing no explanation. Despite these absences, Barack publicly expressed his affection on her birthday, referring to as the love of his life. It has all the, I don't even need to check news articles anymore, Shannon. This is fantastic.
I'm going to say they're going to be there for the opening of the Obama Presidential Museum / library. That'll be the next time they'll be seen together in public.
Is that on?
I'm getting
is it
two
on the
different
docket
conflicting
somewhere?
dates. Yeah, I'm getting two different conflicting dates. One say the grand opening's in 2025, and another one saying it's in 2026, the first half of 2026. So I don't know which one's correct.
Is this the presidential library?
It's called the Obama Foundation Museum and Collection. It's
Foundation. Okay, that's
the
different.
president. Oh, I'm sorry. Opening of Obama Presidential Center, but it's done by the Obama Foundation as well
that's
as
probably
National
different than the
Archives.
library. Yeah, Obama Presidential Center.
That's the name of the library, I guess.
We'll see what ChatGPT says here. Do you understand this, Shannon? Your job on the show literally has been replaced by AI. I hope you realize the importance of this moment. I used to just be like so impressed, like, wow, Shannon, she's got some more tweets. She's always checking the news and finding all these facts. I just replaced you with a robot, Shannon. The Obama Presidential Center. Oh, you are? Well, that'll be the test for the next show. Located in Chicago's, I thought it would be either in Chicago or Hawaii, but I thought Chicago would make more sense. Chicago's Jackson Park, scheduled to open in the spring of 2026.
Okay, so it must have been moved or delayed or something.
It's a 19-acre campus with a world-class museum dedicated to telling the story of the President and Mrs. Obama. I wonder if they're going to have a special wing for the divorce. The opening has been delayed from its initial target of late 2025 to ensure the center meets its ambitious goals and provides a meaningful experience for visitors. Wow.
So that would be my guess of their next big appearance, because that would be the next big thing, unless someone dies again.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Barack will be there if someone dies, maybe not Michelle. Okay.
Or if one of his kids, or if one of their children gets married or something, because they're in their mid-20s now, right?
Oh yeah, no, that's right. The two daughters. Okay. I think I said earlier in the show, I predict that they'll be divorced before the end of Trump's term. That might actually have been a really bad prediction. Not that they're not capable of being divorced. That's what my mind is convinced of. But if we're talking about protecting Trump's enemies, why would you give him ammo like a divorce? You know, if Joe Biden, if Joe Biden lives for the next 4 years, first off, wow, great job, Joe. Probably the most impressive thing I've ever heard associated with your name. But if he survives for the Trump term, can you imagine what he must have to do every day, like, to grovel and just beg Joe Biden not to divorce him if they get to that? I'm not saying they're at that level now, but if she ever threatens divorcing him, he just must be like, Jill, whatever it takes, I will do it. You cannot divorce me while Trump is in office. That might be the reason. Because when Michelle didn't go to Carter's funeral, that was clearly after Trump had won the election. If Kamala Harris had won the election, I don't know. Maybe they would have like an official separation and divorce proceedings by now. I assume it has to be really bad for her not to go with him to these events. So I might have to retract. I know I predicted it, so you can't retract bets that you make, right? But I'm rethinking, maybe they will outlast the 4 years, and then like the second he's out of the Oval Office, then they get divorced or whatever. Because even though I know Trump used to say Obama was not born in the US and stuff, but he seems to hate Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Liz Cheney and all these other people much more than Barack Obama. I know he's said so many things in the past, but I don't get the hatred for Barack Obama the way that I get it for all these other people. So if there was one guy, high profile guy, who could get divorced, well, it'd probably be Bill Clinton. And no, because he hates Hillary Clinton. No, that's not true. I think it would be Michelle and Barack could get divorced and have Trump not go after them intensely. But still, why would you gamble on that? So it might just be like, hey, Michelle, we're not going to work out anymore. We both understand that. Hey, Barack, we know we can't stand each other anymore. There's no argument. But we got to keep this up for 4 years. The more I think about this, the more I think that might be the reality.
You're right. I mean, Biden's now the oldest living president, former president.
Yeah, I don't
now
think
that Carter
wasn't
passed,
Jimmy Carter 100 or something.
96, 94, something like that. He was in his late 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, no way.
I mean, what's Biden? He's like 83, 82, 83.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I lost
all the others
track.
are in their 50s and 70s.
Although
Shannon, Carter was 100.
I thought
Carter
he
was
100 when he passed.
Yeah, and a big deal was made about that when it happened.
Oh, that's right. He celebrated. That's right. He celebrated his 100th birthday. Sorry about that.
I think the dog agrees with Lee. Ruff, ruff, they're getting divorced. Ruff, ruff. Yeah, Carter was old. Okay, let's do final thoughts here. It's News Debate. Really appreciate everybody joining the show. And once again, my apologies. I'm an idiot. We had a lot of fun engagement over on stereo. I literally just didn't plug the device in. It's completely my fault. Hopefully I won't do that again in the future. I've done that a couple times. But this has been a fun show. Maybe we will talk less about Trump now that he's the president and he's done so much in the first day or two that, like, I think we've gotten a lot of it out of our system. Like, unless there's a big development on this, that, or the other, healthy to go with other topics. Once again, Nate, if you and Shannon and some other people want to get together and do a debate skis award show for movies or television or both, whatever, we can do that. But if anybody has any final thoughts on anything that we discussed today, now would be the time to do it. Let's just go ahead. We just heard from Nate. We'll hear again from Nate. We'll end with Shannon. Nate, great having you on the show. I'm glad we've moved past our movie trauma. Unlike Barack and Michelle, we've been able to work it out. We're still on talking terms, so that's good. Give me your final thoughts.
Yeah, Lee, no hard feelings about the movies or your takes on two really, really good ones. Listen, there's no love lost. Like a loving father, I can say to you, I'm not angry with you, Lee. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, that's a hard one to hear. Yeah. I'm not angry. I don't hate you. I'm just disappointed in you. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Pops. I bet that's what Biden has said to Hunter. Not angry with you, Hunter. I'm disappointed in you. Here's your pardon. Yeah. And then Shannon, always great to have you. Your final thoughts.
Uh, I don't really have any. I think you did a great job, Lee. No, we covered a bunch of topics today that were pretty good. And I think what are you planning to have your next show? Do you know yet, or?
Haven't done it yet. No, I think I might like Tuesdays as my normal. I was doing that before I did my December to Remember content month, where I tried to go live all the time. Tuesday nights, evenings. Tuesday evenings seem pretty good with me thus far, but I got to think about it more. I'm just trying to think, is there any fun prediction? I'm looking back on this ABC 11 article. Thanks again for that, Shannon. Is there anything? I'm trying to think a month out. We can't take the Panama Canal. We can't take Greenland in a month. I think they could start some mass deportations in a month. What were the other big ones?
Ukraine.
Oh,
You
Ukraine.
think you could stop the war in Ukraine?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, I'm going to say a month. So that would be about why don't we just say by the end of February to make the math easier? I would
Lee, have you heard
say.
from Patrice?
Say it again.
Have you heard from Patrice? Is she doing okay? She hasn't responded to my messages.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. So Patrice has not been on the show as much lately, but I have heard from her. So yeah, she is alive. So I can report
Oh,
Patrice
good. Okay.
is alive. Yes. But no, I miss her from the show. She's just like you. She's great to have on the show. She's not short of opinions. So there were some spicy ones towards it would have been the end of December because I haven't done that many shows in January. Oh yeah, no. There were some interesting shows with Patrice. But yes, thank you for reminding her. I always reach out to her. But no, I'm not hearing from her as much as I used to. But hey, we were hearing from you, Shannon. You were in the hospital for a little bit of time, and we were all worried about where you were. So I guess we'll always have one of you, and when you disappear, maybe she'll come back. And
I was the only other story I read was the bishop confronts Trump during a sermon at the inaugural prayer service.
I saw
That's
that
the only-
headline. Yeah, I didn't read it, but it was
Yeah.
about immigration, right?
Well, he went into gay, lesbian, transgender children, Democrat, Republican, independent families are some of who fear for their lives. He went into a bunch of
so
them.
it went into a
Yeah.
lot more different directions. I saw a headline that it was
Yeah.
about the immigration crackdown, but whatever it is, I'm trying to think if I
Yeah,
can
he
make
went
a
into-
reasonable. I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, he went into immigrants as well, but he like blanketed everything, I guess. I was just reading the story on it, but yeah, I mean, the bishop went into a bunch of different topics.
Was this
not
the
just immigrant.
woman? I saw him speaking to like a woman religious leader.
Is that a woman? Yeah, I think it is a woman.
Just saw a
Yeah.
picture and a headline, but okay. So by the end of February, I don't think they can wrap up Ukraine by the end of February. Okay, so by the end of February, I'm going to say mass deportations will have begun, and that doesn't necessarily mean millions of people, but like they'll start doing it at a pace that we have not seen. So mass deportations will begin. They'll start holding people so they can get their final day in court and just start sending them away. But like we said on a previous show, they're going to start with the people who are already labeled as they need to leave the country. And this happened under Biden, but because the system is slow, they're still waiting to be, sent out of the country. So we'll start with that and then move on to other people. But I think mass deportations will have begun by the end of February, one way or the other. Okay.
What about the elimination of the departments, like education?
No, I think that's going to take some more time. Because mass deportations are legal. You can deport people who are here illegally. It's just no one really does it that much. So I think he can get those things going first. I'm gonna roll the dice on this one. I think there's just like not a lot of Gaza left, so it's hard for even Israel at this point to justify continuing the war with Trump in office. I think by the end of February, either that day or just most of the time from now until February, we will have had a Gaza ceasefire. It doesn't mean there might not be isolated things going on, but just the full-on war that we've been seeing mostly up until now, that will not be the case anymore. I'm not saying that will hold for the foreseeable future, but by the end of February, most of the time, if not by the exact end of February, we will have a Gaza ceasefire. I think they're afraid of Trump. I give Trump, as I mentioned, way more credit than Biden. So mass deportations, Gaza ceasefire.
I think there's going to be a lot of change in the federal government because he already reclassified a whole bunch of people so that they're easier to fire.
Yeah.
He did that with an executive order yesterday.
Well, and especially you want to do that quickly. You don't want to drag your feet on that.
Right, because, well, he missed out on it doing it the first term, because he waited too long with the reclassifications.
Anything apostate Nate or Shannon, keep giving me yours. Yeah, mine will be mass deportations, but nothing specific. Gaza ceasefire will basically have held until the end of February. You're saying the federal government will have changed a lot?
Yeah, I think he's going to do, because he already implemented the hiring freeze and changed classifications on employees. So, yeah, I think he's going to start gutting the federal government. Or whatever else plans that they come up with Doge. They're going to try to push through as much as they can, as quickly as they can, because right now they have the majority to do whatever they want.
Oh, the U.S. citizenship, birthright citizenship, that will still be ongoing. So that will have not stopped.
Yeah, that would. Yeah, that wouldn't get in front of the Supreme Court for probably a year, 2 maybe, because it has to go through all the other courts.
Well, I mean, in theory, yeah, but it could also just end very quickly. Sometimes with the really time-sensitive ones, they get expedited because, like, they can't just go through the normal process, because otherwise you just do a bunch of executive orders, and then for like a year, you just be able to do whatever you want. I think that'll still be a possibility by the end of February, and not just because of the delay, but because it will make it through and be like, no, like, you can ask the Supreme Court about this, and you can do this, and you can do this, especially when it gets into the minutia. So like you were talking about how they're trying to repeal Obamacare. Well, they've always been trying to repeal Obamacare, but they were trying to repeal something specific about it. And maybe they haven't done that in that way before. So if it gets to a specific birthright citizenship, so it's not just about people who are here legally. So if you're from India and you work for Google in Los Angeles, and you're here with your wife, and your wife moved here when she was pregnant, but you came on a work visa and she had her baby here, like, okay, maybe that's not what this is going to turn out to be when it goes to the courts. But if you're here illegally and you're just living here, or you're vacationing here, like, that's something, if we go about it that way, because that's not what it was about when it was put into play. Apparently it was about the South, it was about the Civil War, it was about former slaves and all those different things. So if you can move away from that as much as possible, I'm just doing, stream of consciousness right now, I can imagine that there's enough of a niche target that you can get to, that it would say, well, have the courts ever looked at this specific thing? And you would be able to force that. So because of that, I think, yeah, as you just mentioned, not only does it take a long time, but by the end of February, certainly birthright citizenship will still be ongoing.
Yeah, well, it doesn't, according to the executive order, that doesn't even start to take place till 30 days after that was signed. So that will definitely still be ongoing. So.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it is shot down rather quickly. I think it could be shot down before the end of February. The 30 days.
Yeah, it definitely could be shot down, but it wouldn't take effect. Yeah.
Yeah, it's built in, because even a Trump White House, it's hard to make such a large change very quickly. Okay, I'm gonna make this bet. I think TikTok will be banned by the end of February.
Well, he put 75 days extension already, so.
Yeah, but he can rescind that, you know.
Oh yeah, he can. You don't think it's going to be bought by someone? You think it's actually going to be fully banned?
My guess is I don't have this in my background, so this is all just me making it up. But
Right, yeah.
TikTok for some time now had to realize they were likely going to be banned. And for them to not sell before that happened tells me that they're never going to sell. What happened with them is like a last minute, you are strapped into the electric chair and the governor calls and says, you've been pardoned. Like that's what happened to TikTok. Everything looked like they were going to get banned. And even someone like Trump in the past said he wanted to ban them. So they were just very lucky. I think he's going to change his mind. He's going to try to manipulate them and he's not going to get what he wants from them. And I think it will be banned by the end of February. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if I was wrong, but that's what my gut tells me. I don't think it's going to last 75 days. That's a really long time for Trump, right?
It is a very long time for Trump. Yes.